Tell me when. Bro, board. So, and it's a very links style golf course, Shaurya. So, wind plays a big factor. The ball rolls off the fairway into the roughs. That's not happening this week. It's soft. It's going to stop where it lands. So basically, and it's not a very long golf course. So you can see from the scores, the scoring's been low this week. 4 under cut.
I think that's an understatement. It's probably one of the shortest golf courses that we've played on the PGTI, just measuring a little bit over 6,200 yards. As we have a look at Aman Raj here, I won't be surprised if this ball disappears from view sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's very straightforward
And
chip.
my prediction almost came true. Look, for all the players who've been in and around the green, if you have to name one, I would say that's Aman Raj. His short game is top notch. Really uses the bounce really well. Has a very clean hit around the green. So
That's paramount for a short game. This strike quality. That helps you hit your spot basically.
And there have been quite a few players who've been able to hit that spot because the cut was applied at 4 under par. And this is something that I've seen, Amit, that when the tour is off, the players are chomping at the bits and they're really prepared, ready to go. This golf course is tight. The yardage, let it not fool you that it's an easy golf course. It's a tight golf course. It's tree line on the first few holes. Then you have the back nine where the OB comes into play with the race course. So
And the wind is probably on the. I know. Remember from the last hole, the wind comes from the left, and it's not a easy. It's a tee shot. This doesn't give you a good feeling. This is Jabir on number 1 for birdie. Greens are very small also out here. You can see he's misjudged it drastically there.
I really love to see these sort of golf courses. The traditional bomb and golf courses that have become a norm. I'm not much of a fan of these. These kind of golf courses require some artistry, thinking. You need to really work your way around that golf
Yeah.
course. It's just not going to allow you to muscle your way through.
And that's Shaurya Bino using the rules of golf to his advantage. We are playing lift, clean, and place because of we had a lot of overnight rain, so balls collecting mud on it. So once that happens, the tournament director generally, puts the lift, clean, and place into play.
A word of appreciation for the ground staff here who've been able to get it all together in a relatively short period of time that we've been able to get all these 126 players playing this event. And it's gone along really well for an inaugural event. I must say that this is going to be a preferred destination in years to come.
Yeah, this is. I don't remember much from when I last played. It must be about 2-3 decades ago that I played here, but it looks like they've improved the golf course a lot.
It's a good lag there. You always like a tap in the end.
Yeah, it's a very comfortable starting hole. If you hit the fairway, it's nothing more than a wedge, and it's a tight pin today. It's about 4 yards in and 5 yards from the right.
Karthik Sharma really has a lot of dip while hitting the ball, but gets a very good hit, a flat hit on that.
Yeah, he reminds me of Joachim Neiman. He has
Yeah.
very similar body actions, similar flight also.
Yes, sir. Joachim is a right-handed player,
Yeah.
right? So if I think a mirror image of Karthik.
Yeah, absolutely, or vice versa.
Yes, and now this man, fantastic player indeed is Akshay Sharma.
Yeah,
Brilliant around the greens if you see him from in and around the green, especially with his putter.
He's been consistent for the last 2-3 years, and Arjun.
Now the leader in the clubhouse. Finally teeing off Arjun Sharma. I've had the privilege of seeing him quite a few times in the last few months at JP Golf Course and has really impressed me with his game. Even in the difficult conditions, has been able to shoot 4-5 under par at that very demanding, lengthy golf course. So he's on song. I think it's finally his time this week.
Yeah, he looks like he's in more comfortable right now. His body language is spot on.
And he's gained a lot of length of the tee, surprisingly long.
Yeah,
Looks
looks like he's tugged it left though. He's still on the fairway.
Should be fine. Looks rather diminutive, but don't let that fool you. Can really hit that ball far. He is able to hit that forehand to good 220, 225 yards and gets a driver up to 300 yards. So very good in the air as well. I remember he was doing the numbers on the TrackMan and he was able to get a carry of about 287 yards off the tee. So really does pack a punch.
That's a lot for a guy his size, because he probably 5'8".
Yes,
Yeah,
there and
yeah,
thereabouts. And another thing is that he's straight with that length. So
that's very
he's
important.
able to go full tilt and
Yeah,
still get it in the fairway.
and another thing I've realized about him is there's not much of difference between his good hit and his bad hit. His good hit and his bad hit are not 30 yards apart. They're more like 10 yards apart.
And so they say greatness has to be a little boring when it comes to golf. You don't need to have those wild recovery, amazing recovery shots if you can just reduce the margin of error.
Yep,
Talking
absolutely.
about margin of error, no margin of error there. Look at that resplendent view, that drone.
Yeah, splendid drone view of the JWGC at Jayachamaraja Vadiyar Golf Club.
What a venue! And looking at the drone for all of PlayStation or Xbox fans, you would have played quite a few video games where you see these drone drone views, and believe you me, I think this is in better resolution and it gives you another vantage point, so as to speak.
Yeah, you can see the different grains, how the grain makes the color change. The darker green is the grass growing towards the lens, and the lighter one away from the lens.
Amit, you might remember that there used to be blimps. Now, are those a thing of the past with the drones coming in, or do we still have blimps
I don't think
flying
I've
on the
seen a
bigger
blimp for
tours?
a long. It's all drone now, and actually even the Google Earth can zoom in fast. So
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
don't think blimps are thing of the past now. Just like the Kodak cameras, the films that we used to have.
Yeah, that's a
Yes,
case study in itself. How technology can lead to obsolescence.
yeah. It's that hazard is perfectly placed. It makes you lay up.
Fantastic point made by you about the grass being cut in two directions. So it'll be a
Yeah.
lot more difficult for the players on the left hand side of the
Yes,
fairway
absolutely.
against the green
Yeah.
to a flag that is tucked right near the water.
Yeah,
So
you
just
can you need to have a really clean hit on this. Okay, because the grain is against you. If you little slow on it and catch a little bit of leaf before the ball, two things: it can go short, it can go long.
this shot
Yeah,
that's coming up for Karthik, if he gets a little too greedy, if you try to bite off too much meat off that bone, you could find yourself in the drink. You reckon?
yeah. Early shower, not
Yeah,
good.
not good. So ideally, just try and play about 10 feet past. That would be the prudent play.
Make your golf post and play to a spot where this is. They're not the fastest greens because of the weather. They haven't been able to get them down to the speed which they normally play. So even if you're like 10 15 feet past, it's not that fast apart.
Let's have a look how he executes this.
It's good to see him play well, and
Oh,
he's
look at that! Look at that! Now that's how you get it done.
yeah a bit unlucky with that
Go,
spin.
going hell for leather early in the morning, 10 feet right at the flag, aggressive
Yeah,
into the green. So really executed that well. Shows you that he's in cruise control.
yeah. Akshay now.
Old style golf swing,
Yeah,
hunched over a little like Jack Nicklaus and really compresses the ball. Likes to play left to right golf and putts
yeah.
and chips that way as well.
Short and crisp. Just got it a bit thin, I guess.
One thing that I can see is a perceptible change on tour is the speed of play. The players don't really mull around. Everybody's ready to execute, and that results in faster rounds and actually better quality play. We
Absolutely.
see that that's a lot of good work that's been done by the committee and the referees as well. As we have a look here, again coming up.
Arjun, really perfect angle to attack this flag. He's coming from the left to a right flag, just overdrawn it about a bit. Does he like to play right to left or left to
Yeah,
right?
he does like to
So
play
this is
right to
not a
left.
very easy pin to get to for him. It's really tucked in the front right corner.
And you saw that underhand come into play a little bit on the
You can see
downswing.
it from his grip that he likes to move it right to left.
And let's just have a look at some of the scores thus far. It's been a feast of birdies and eagles here, and a feast for the eyes, nevertheless.
And coming back to that, the amateur Veer Ganpati, he shot 63 the first day. Sure, yeah.
As they say, lineage.
His
It's all
father,
it's all in the genes that
his
they say.
father has the course record here, Rahul, at 59. By the way,
And he's comes from good stock, pretty
yeah,
similar, strong built like his father, and
yeah, burly, strong golfer.
but I don't know how far does Veer. I believe Veer is a long hitter,
Yeah, he won the All India Juniors, I think, last year.
and and I,
He's the national junior champion right
and
now
I, and I
in
believe he
boys
can
A.
really
Yeah.
get the ball out there.
I would say no, he's not exceedingly long, but he's got a good head on his shoulder. He's very laid back, very much like a Ernie Els kind of golf game, you know. Yeah,
Chipper the old block.
yeah. He's you. It doesn't look like much. Many things phase him, but yeah, good.
Well,
He's got Rahul's blood. He's a good ball striker.
Yeah, Rahul was really good, very well in control. I remember that season where he had 4 or 5 victories, and a few years later he decided that he really wanted to help other golfers. So very magnanimous of him at that point in time to hang up his boots when he was on top, and I think now he's putting all his energies into helping young golfers and building the golf ecosphere in Bengaluru. And
Both his sons are really good. Jashan and Veer both are really good. Jashan is probably best in his category as well.
good,
So, yeah.
good. That's very exciting.
Yeah, I met up with them. They had come to Delhi to play a junior tournament. I met his Rahul's wife, Anup, after decades, I would say. So it was good to catch up with them.
Reminds me of that tournament that happens at the US tour, the PNC father son. Maybe we can have something like that on this tour,
Yeah, absolutely.
father and kid rather, or just a family tournament. I think I don't know if your daughters play golf. Do they, Amit?
No, not really. They're probably as far away from golf as possible.
A similar story for me as well. So we might as we bystanders as we have a look at.
We can play with our dads, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although my father just loves to play bridge, the hobby of all retired.
This is Aman Raj on number 2.
As we digress, which we often do during the course of this round. As we have a look at Aman again with those. Oh, here you go, an early birdie. It's for the stylish man.
Yeah, he just lipped out his chip on number 1. Then he's in second hole. He could have been birdie though. That chip looked really good for a long time.
His hat always reminds me a little bit of that movie Django Unchained. I don't know why, but he pulls that look off really well.
Yeah, it's I guess it's part of his
His persona,
personality now. Yeah,
and that's good. You want to stand out and create an identity for yourself.
absolutely. And he's this is Arjun Sharma with his birdie attempt on number 1.
Should break from his left.
Yeah,
You'll see a lot of that players leaving it short due to the overnight rain. Be a little difficult for them to judge. I think the greens are rolling at about 9.5. Not much grain on them. So what I heard from the players is that they're very easy to putt on. You can make quite a few putts here, but you will have to gauge the speed.
that fringe will be really bothering him right now. He might have to belly this putt. That means it's when you don't ground the club so that the grass behind does not affect the impact.
Probably here's where a Texas wedge would come in handy. Fairly,
Karthik, yeah,
fairly straightforward putt.
yep, not much. I think it's almost straight. I would say.
Ah, that bobbled up on him.
A little unlucky with the spin taking him to the collar.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot. I think it deserved better, but that's the game of golf.
Yeah.
You can have a lot of great shots, but eventually you got to get the ball in the hole. So yeah, have a look at Arjun trying to clean up. Let's have a look at some of the other scores. Abhinav Lohan, 8 under par for the tournament. Karan Pratap Singh getting off to a good start, 2 under par for the day, 9 under for the tournament. Stephen Danek, who came through the Q school at 3 under par and 8 under for the tournament. Jay Pandya, 3 under for the day. So some fast starts here. Alap IL, also 2 under for the day. And a host of 1 under par rounds. And as we have a look at the scores, let's also have a look at the players who were unfortunately on the other side of that curl. And as we have a look at that par 3 and that magnificent car on display, the Nissan Magnite.
Yeah, the first hole in one on number 2 would be the recipient of a Nissan Magnite if that were to happen.
I'll tell you, I can't rant and rave enough about that beautiful car. So it would definitely be a much wanted prize for these players. As we have a look at Angad Chima. A little Matt Kuchar-esque in his setup.
Yeah, it looks like the grain is a little more prominent today with the moisture on the greens, That ball turned a lot, Shaurya.
Yeah, it's going to make it difficult for the players from 6 feet
It,
and
had- it
inside.
had it had Angad fooled for sure.
You had C. Muniappa, the former Indian Open champion, missing the cut by a solitary shot. Shankar Das, former numero uno on the PGTI, missing the cut by 1 shot as well. Harsh Gangwar also missing the cut. And M. Dharma, it's been in fine form of late, but it's 4 under is not the easiest of cut to make. You really have to make a lot of birdies and play error-free golf. And somebody who's been doing that really well is Pukhraj. Prior to this week, he played a fun round in Classic Golf Resort where he was even par through 7 holes and shot a 9 under par. So he's that kind of player. He can get his foot on the gas at any point in time. Prodigious power. He's a birdie making machine. And going down the leaderboard, having a look. Kapil Kumar as well, unable to survive the cut. Mohammad Azhar. I saw him last year and even earlier in the year have a few good rounds as you have a look at that brilliant shot.
Yeah, that's not an easy flag to get to.
Japanese Makoto Iwasaki also missing the cut. Ankur Chadda also missing the cut. And our good friend Dipankar Kaushal also not showcasing the best form this week. Mukesh Kumar unfortunately withdrawing.
Yeah, and a strange thing, 2 players yesterday accidentally played each other's golf ball. They were playing probably the same make.
As we have a look at that ravishing red beauty right behind the player, the Nissan Magnite.
This is a perfect flag for Arjun. 175, 180 yards, something I would say a smooth 7.
No, he hits his irons really long. He'll be going with an 8 iron.
Okay.
He's surprisingly long with his irons. Missing it on the left hand side. So won't be driving away with the.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to get a lot out of that club also. Yeah, that was Akshay with that tee shot almost given.
That's ecstasy and agony. I mean, that could have been in the hole with just about a foot left. Often inquisitive about the fact that if you do make a hole run, do you get the key right then and there, or do you have to wait?
I have no idea about that. I've never had one, but in a tournament, I actually did, but I was not a pro that time.
I think it would be an exhilarating moment. I've also never had a hole in one in a tournament. If there's a prize, I can't think of another. It's a high like no other because it's unexpected and it's like a windfall.
I think you get to go inside the car, but I guess you can't drive it out from there at that
Somebody,
point of time.
I think somebody who's done it a lot from the Indian context is Gaganjeet Bhullar. He's done it twice to my memory, and he's both times it's been a BMW, a fantastic car.
Really?
Yeah, he just won recently, I think about a month back, and then a few years ago as well. So he's really good.
I remember the first person to get a car in a for a hole in one was Amandeep Joel. He got a Lexus at the Lexus Invitational. I think it was on the it was on the I think it was in China from what I remember. Oh no, sorry, it was in Thailand at the Windmill Park. He won that Lexus there. You can see Karthik just overclubbing it a bit. Must have been between clubs, so not the worst place to be. It's straight uphill from there. These are like upturned saucers. These greens. So the green, whatever the size of the green is, it's not the actual size. It's there. You have to. The corners always fall off, very much like
Pinehurst, where you were
Pinus.
recently, I
Yeah,
think.
I was there, man. You if you that green is half the size of what it is.
Yeah.
It could be whatever width. It's half of that, and
Let's have a look at my namesake. Sorry, I've been.
yeah,
Ball seems to be nestled down a little bit.
really good technique this boy has, and he has a really good head on his shoulder as well. I was watching.
You can see that action. He's really using the upper body as well and releasing club. That's
You can see it's very
look at that.
minimalistic effort,
Not too
efficient.
handsy, and which you
Yeah,
see a lot of our players, put a lot of wrist play into it. But he seems to be using the bigger muscles, a lot more international in the way that he's swinging the club. What would you say?
I
Like
would
the
say like
modern swing.
the see golf has evolved over time, and with the influx of technology, you've realized that you can't trust your hands as much as you would love to, because let's talk about that later. Let's watch Arjun hit his chip. He's overcooked both his iron shots right now on the number one.
So it came out a little hot on him unexpectedly. Too.
Yeah, so your body is far more reliable under pressure because of the heart rate effect. When your heart rate reaches a certain amount, you start losing control over your fine motor skills before complex motor skills. So your body you're still in control of your body, and that's what happens under pressure. Your heart rate goes up, and if you're dependent on your hands, then they do not react exactly the way you've trained them to.
Pretty similar shot to the one that Shaurya had.
And just a little more long, softer swing. I guess he was a little closer also.
A word about the golf course, nestled in the heart of Mysuru, the Jaicham Raja Wadiyar Golf Club is a premier golfing destination renowned for its picturesque landscape and challenging fairways. The course spans over 134 acres, featuring lush greens, strategically placed bunkers, and pristine water hazards that provide a true test of skill for golfers of all levels. Designed by Phil Ryan, it is seamlessly blends into the natural beauty of the surroundings with top-notch facilities, making it a favorite among golf enthusiasts. So, if you ever venture down south to Mysuru, I say that you definitely play around a golf here. It's a majestic facility and would be a memory that you would cherish.
And one of the co-hosts is Cycle Pure Agarbattis as well. This is a 75-year-old company, and it was the founder, Sri Ranga Rao. He believed in that a cycle and prayer can take us anywhere. So that's why we started this, and they're the biggest producers of incense and prayer essentials, which is quite commendable.
Yeah, doing a noble thing and also supporting sport. It's so important to support our sportsmen and companies like this coming forward, joining hands uh, alongside the Professional Golf Tour of India, always heartening to see. and it is the Olympics going on.
Yeah, it's. I was just going to come to that myself. Is you can see how much. Though we didn't get many medal, as many as last time, but I think we did much better as an overall performance. We got a lot of quarterfinals.
Yeah, that was exhilarating to see, especially hockey. It's obviously what Fogart had to go through. That was painful to see Vinay Fogart. That's hopefully that turns around. But such a sport, you could be a victor, and next day it's just a very fine margin that all sportsmen survive by. So always keep them in your hearts. That it's a very difficult profession. There's any professional sport, I say that
Yeah.
you're always living on the razor's edge, but none more so than the highest level of sport, which is the Olympics. We had our uh, gentlemen players this time. Shivankar Sharma, Gaganjit Bhullar, both had decent outings. Could not really get it going. One was at one under and one was at one over. I'm sure that if they had their A game on any of the days, they could have contended. But nevertheless, a decent outing. Not that one they would be happy about, but maybe next time. The girls, I believe, started yesterday.
Now they started well. The first two rounds they were doing, but the third round was a little. Both of them had bad outings, so they at the back. I don't think they have a medal chance. But after the first two rounds, they did. But they were very much in contention. I think Aditi shot +7 on the third round, and Diksha +8. So you can see from the drone view how very all the greens are very similar in design, very round, small targets. It's a short golf course, so small targets. And when they're fast, these greens they're really tricky.
Yeah, so the leader there, M. Mitro from Switzerland, Lydia Ko, 9 under par, and R. Zhang at 7 under par. And we go further down. You have a look at Aditya Ashok at 6 over par and Diksha at 7 over par in 40th and 42nd position. That's pretty similar to what Shubhankar and Gaganjit were. So I don't quite think that they will be able to win a medal, but nevertheless, we do remember Aditi's fantastic performance the previous year.
It was a performance that got a lot of people recognizing golf as a sport. They got that performance by Aditi. I can tell you a lot of people in our country that never watched golf were watching golf. So it is things like this that help this sport grow, every sport grow, I guess. And you can see that was Rahul's younger son Jashan on our screen. Shaurya, I like this guy's golf swing. He's very, very, you can see how efficient it is.
Also, like all the
Simplistic.
all the angles, a very athletic setup,
Yeah. And he's a strong kid also. Yeah, and
no wasted movements.
really
He's really
nice
good through the
transition.
ball.
He's confident of what he's doing. You can see updated leaderboard. Arjun, 13 under. No, he's joined out there by Shaurya as of right now. Shaurya 1 under through his first 3 holes. On your tee is Aman Raj. He's got up to a flyer today. Shaurya, he's birdied
Yeah, he started
2
off,
of the first 3 holes.
started off very well. Has
Almost made birdie on number 1, and then he followed that with a birdie on 2 and on number 3 as well. So
it's. I think we made an error. He made that was for par on hole number 2, so he's Made birdie on three, but that's nevertheless one under through three is a good start.
That's a good. That was a good par then. It's a longish putt.
JB not off to the best of starts, bogey, and then did recover with a birdie later on. It's a jam-packed leaderboard.
Yeah, and he's playing well after a while, so he's probably a bag of nerves right now.
This hole measuring only 338 yards off the tee. Really trying to use those ground forces. You can see what he's trying to do there. A little bit like Webb Simpson in the finish
Yeah,
there.
he's just a little quick on that one, so maybe missed a bit to the right. There was a little bit of mismatch there. Other than your lines and of your swing and whatever, rhythm is a big component on consistency, ball striking consistency. And if you're a little bit off your rhythm, the nicest swing will not look good.
Talking about nice swings, here's Angad Chima, tall lad, lanky,
Probably,
and that probably makes him look even taller than he is.
yeah, and he probably stands the furthest from the ball I've seen anybody in this country.
I think pound for pound, it's probably the longest. It's probably weigh about 140 pounds dripping wet.
Yeah, in the winters with all his
Yeah,
woolies on. Yeah.
exactly. But he can carry that ball almost 300 yards off the tee. He's a good ball striker.
He's got long levers and he's far from the ball. So he's gonna max out on that the radius. Very much like what Bryson does. He's far and as a result he's got a much wider arc. It says Raj is gonna see if he can get this one home actually.
It's going to be an interesting drive for Pukraj. Really bludgeons that ball. Playing to 397 yards this hole, and he has pushed it a little bit to the right.
Yeah, so Arjun with his approach into number 3, measuring at 338 yards. So it's one of those green light holes. If you hit a good tee shot, you left with a wedge. Looking at trying to get it close. Yeah, trying to give it a little more air time. And see, you wanted to hit it higher and softer because that pin is right up in the front. So you don't want the ball taking a big hop when it lands.
All the players have laid up in the perfect position, in fact. I think this tournament is going to be won from inside 100 yards. Not really so much about the putter because narrow, small greens, turtle back greens, as you elucidated earlier.
Yeah, this one is 9 in and 3 from the right. But you got like 60, 70, 80 yards coming in max. So generally, the yardage,
That's a good shot.
10% of the yardage in feet is what you want to hit.
Okay.
If you want, if somebody's practicing and you want to know if am I hitting my wedges close enough? So if you're a 100-yard shot, you want to hit it at an average 10 feet from the
Because
hole.
that's a desirable
Yeah, that's
distance.
yeah.
As we have a look at the southpaw, took a lot more sizable divot there.
Yeah, and he's a little more. I think he's got a little heavy though. Not sure where that finished up, but
Didn't quite see it fall, to be honest. I think
yeah,
might have caught a flyer. And we have
Hey,
Karan Pratap Singh
actually,
making an eagle on hole number 7. And Sanit Bishnoi as well. Another eagle on hole number 7. It's been a fantastic schedule thus far with Veer Lawat leading the proceedings at 86 lakh. As we have a look at Manu.
Manu is he's got some his work cut out to get to that number one spot with Veer doing exceedingly well in the at the Indian Open.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if he is number one again and back to the DP World Tour. That was a good chip by him right there.
Yeah, he's very good at these chips. And we saw him close out that tournament at Tollygunge also earlier this year. He made sure he almost laid up on the par three and got it up and down to win.
Just having a look at Om Prakash Chauhan's record this year on the DP World Tour. In his last 5 events, he's not really been able to make the cut.
Yeah, but he's 71, 72, 71, 72, those kind of scores. So that's
Scores
not
are
good.
not too bad.
Yeah.
He's missing them by a whisker. I think it's going to take him some time to get used to the conditions.
Yeah, it's I think that he's a little we all outside our comfort zone when we go abroad to play because we're the conditions out there are drastically different from back home here. They play on much windier golf courses, longer, windier, and as a result, it takes a little time to get used to getting the trajectory. You got to alter the trajectory that you would normally not alter here.
As we have a look at Akshay here.
Yeah, you saw this one turn a lot. We watched Angad miss it on the lower side. So let's see if Akshay can read this. So he saw that he's given it a lot of borrow.
Yeah, missed it on the
Yeah,
high side.
yeah. Looked like he pushed it actually, Shaurya. It started a bit right of where he was aiming.
Just having a look at Om Prakash's season on the European Tour. He's played quite a few events. Uh, Made the cut at the magical Kenya Open, finishing 68th. But after that, he's played well at the Delhi Challenge, but missed the cut there as well by a solitary shot, I think. Kolkata Challenge, he was tied 8th. And post that, it's not been smooth sailing for him. Has not been able to make the weekend rounds. So
Yeah, you can see that really good touch there by Aman Raj, judging that chip to perfection. On your screen, Karthik Sharma on number 3, coming up woefully short. Change in grain. So sometimes when you coming into the grain and you hit a couple of putts with the grain, This is live coverage of the inaugural Mysuru Open 2024 from the JWGC in Mysuru. And our co-leader, sorry, Shaurya, birding the number 4, has gone to 14 under. He's in solo possession of the lead now. Karan Pratap Singh is the hot start for the day. He's 4 under through his first 10 holes. The cut this week was at the lowest I've ever seen it on the PGTI. 4 under made the cut.
Yeah,
There were
that's definitely a record. That
53 people were 4 under or better.
that is a record. I'm pretty certain on the Professional Golf Tour of India, 4 under. I think might be a record. Do you remember any cut being lower than 4 under in any of the events you played or seen? I can't quite
On the
recall.
PGTI, no, I don't
Even
know.
otherwise.
Yeah. No, I did. 4 under was the cut at the, I think it was the Sale Open in IDC, that Chapcha in Iraq.
That also was at 3 under, if I remember.
No, I
right.
was 3 under. I missed it.
You missed it by a shot.
Yeah. So I remember it was at 4 under. So that was the only one, and that was there was no rough that week, and it was like all par fives were playing downwind and stuff like that. So
But do you recall any cut going at 5 under? I don't think so. Anywhere.
I can tell you, it was almost at 5 under. 53 only made it. Like it could have gone to 5 under also.
But that's ridiculous. Shows you the
If
quality
two
of play.
people out of that 4 under had birdied one more hole, it was at 5 under.
The quality of play, and I always see that after a break because players, sharpen their weapons, so as to speak. They iron out the chinks in their game, and they come out really guns blazing.
And now with so much at stake, with the prize money being what it is, and that spot on the DP World Tour up for grabs, people are playing for so much more. So I guess they're prepping up so much more.
Yeah, you can use the analogy where there is honey, there are bees. So with the increase in the prize fund, you're seeing more professionals come through the ranks. You're seeing a lot more high quality amateurs, amateur golfers turn professional earlier on, and well, the overall standard of game has really gone up, and that's emblematic of how we performed even internationally. You're seeing our players all over on every tour, and Arjun Atwal doing so well on all the senior tours now with that finish at the Senior British Open. So there's no dearth of Indians who are flying our flag high.
Yeah, and the amateur Veer Ganpati is off to a good start today. He's 2 under through his first 5 holes, so he's at 11 under. On your screen is JB. With probably a wedge in on number 5. So that ball that Aman just leaked to the right looks like he's used the woodwork, and the ball's ricocheted back onto the center of the fairway. So a little bit of the golfing gods look to be on his side right now. Aman with his approach into number 5. And he's got his yardage is into perfection. Got a bit unlucky with his spin there. Dragged it back a bit more than he would have liked. You can see the how the grain changes. The back of the grain goes with the slope. So a yard more than that, he would have actually trickled off over the back. So probably he couldn't have landed it better than where he did. Beautiful drone view of Mysuru. It's half of this golf course, the JWGC, is within the racetrack, the Mysuru race tracks, and half of it is on the outskirts of it. So it's a very links style golf course. Lots of wind, not today that much, but generally a very windy golf course. So probably we'll get to see a good view of the Mysore racetrack also. Back with Akshay. Akshay currently sitting at 13 under in a tie for second with Arjun. Having looks like now we'll take him into a tie with Shaurya at 14 under, birding number 4. That's the penultimate group of JB Singh, Aman Raj, and Shaurya Binu. You can see on your screens there. That's how they stand, and this is the view that I was just talking about. That's the Mysore racetrack. That's tee number 1. This is how it stands right now. Akshay 14 under. He's sharing that top spot with Shaurya Binu. Still early days in the third round of the Mysuru Open 2024. This is the inaugural Mysuru Open. Hosted by JWGC and supported by Cycle Pure Agarbattis. On your screen, Trishul Chinappa. Yeah, both those tee shots really. It's not an easy hole. This one, it's 175 yards, very small green. Third member of this group is Manu Gandas, the Order of Merit winner for 2022. His rhythm seems to be the same day in and day out. Divyanshu Bajaj has gone off to a flyer today. He's 4 under through his first 7 holes, and that's catapulted them into a tight fourth position presently at 12 under, just too short adrift of our leaders. That's the youngster.
Adil. It's good to see him.
Can change motor patterns. Otherwise, it's difficult to change motor patterns. You need to work really hard on it. But an injury to any part of your body can make it change very
Yeah, it's
quickly.
you know, I learned that the hard way, and I think at that point in time we didn't have so much injury management and so on and so forth. You kept on trying to brave through it, grit your teeth, and go through it. But what actually happens, you end up injuring other body
No,
parts.
no, you actually end up doing things in your swing which you didn't do before to compensate for it. And I was listening to an interview. It was, I think, John Rahm, and he had just a small injury on his toe. He withdrew from the U.S. Open because he says, if I play with this, I'll do things in my swing which I actually don't want to do.
Interesting.
You can see the
Oh,
using the flag to his
that came out really
advantage.
hot. The flag came in the way. Lucky.
Yep.
That ball was looking like it was going to go on the other side of the green.
Yeah, it was, and it's down green, down slope both from there.
There was a board from the blue, but luckily the flag came to the rescue for Adil. As they say, go big or go home. He was definitely going big on that one.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit of a slow start today. It's par after his first 10, 11 holes.
There you can see the familiar figure of our chief referee, Mr. Sampath Chari, tournament director. Fantastic man. I've had the fortune of seeing him in all the tournaments that I've ever played in my life. I've kept him busy.
Yeah, you were his favorite player.
Let's see how
He knew which group to follow when you were playing.
you see a lot of players using this putter now. In fact, I've gotten one of these myself. In golf, you often find these crests and waves where things become the fad.
If it's going to improve your putting and you feel like it is, you should use it.
These bimatrix, bimetal putters.
Probably, coming back to putting, and putting is, you cannot be a good putter unless you're a good line reader. That's paramount. So, one thing I've realized is, having traveled with some of my junior kids abroad, the kids abroad, they know caddies there. They're much better at line reading. As a result, they're much better at putting. They are super confident of the lines they've read, and they hold many more putts than at an average. Than at least what I saw. and it's not just one trip. It's been over past almost a dozen trips.
Good view shows you how small that green is. Actually, reminds you a lot. The size is probably what you have on other golf courses on temporary greens. These are really small.
Yeah, but it's I guess at that yardage, if you make it big, then.
It becomes really easy. Yeah.
And another thing you have to realize is a golfer takes the maximum time putting. So if you keep him off the green and he chips, it's faster play.
Oh,
Yeah.
never quite thought of that, but you're right. Maximum amount of time is taken on the green.
Like if Gaurav Pratap was on the green, he would take much more time reading the line of that putt than the line on the chip.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, but why is that? Well,
Expectations.
that's a very good point that you've made. I never quite thought of it that way. If you the similar distance, if you
Yeah.
have a chip, you never quite really think too much about the line. You see
Since your
the
expectation is so much lower, so you say, okay, probably this much. Okay, and just hit it. And then when you putt, okay, this putt is and it's makeable, right?
No, but there is something. I think you really caught on to something, and for our viewers who are listening in, this could be valuable information. If you and you tend to hit those chips better when you try and overread the line, you know it never quite does help.
And coming back to reading the line and putting. Putting is such an important part of scoring. It's paramount, right? And if a caddy generally reads the line better than a everyday golfer because he's reading so many more greens every day. He's just doing that so much more that he's getting better by just doing so much more of it.
Yeah,
And you
definitely
can
seems so.
see
Oh, they walked that in.
this is home
Varun
territory.
Parekh.
It is. Yeah, good to see him play well. And he went through that patch where he just lost his game for a bit.
He's got a lot of game and a lot of power. He can really belt it, and that's a fantastic hit as Varun Parekh won that tournament at DLF Golf and Country Club a couple years ago. The couple they've
Yeah.
invitational, and he was just he blew the field away. I remember that he won by almost 7 or 8 shots, if I'm not wrong.
And he's talking about hit, and he's probably playing with the opposite side of the spectrum. This man is grit or only grit. Wasim Khan. He's not the longest hitter of the tee. He's not the straightest of the tee, but he's very gritty.
Yeah, he's as they say, horses for courses. So you'll see these kind of golf courses where you need a good short game, chipping, putting, and management. You always see him make the cut and do decently well on these kind of golf courses.
Was had a very nice statement by, I think it was one of these leading coaches abroad, and about holding putts. And let's watch Veer hit his tee shot on number 8. This is our first view of the amateur junior, actually. Veer Ganpati.
Junior is playing outplaying the professionals. Very similar to his father, actually. The
Yeah,
swing is
yeah, he
very
chased it
similar
down.
to
He
his
chased it
father.
down. Maybe a little more refined than Rahul. Rahul had a little bit of a, flying elbow, but Veer is
But he saw the
compact.
takeaway. It's
Yeah,
it's a mirror image.
I like how he covered the ball really well.
Does that like if you look at Bill Haas and Jay Haas and then you've seen quite a few of these pairs, is that because you built a certain way, so you're just swinging the same way automatically? Is like if you see Tiger and his son, I mean, his son does almost everything that Tiger does.
The thing is, you forget about that. You just look at people coming from coaches. It generally look the same also.
Okay,
Guys who work with like a coach, and they'll almost look like, because everybody has a philosophy or a pattern, whatever you want to call it.
that's Amardeep Malik.
He's changed his. He used to be short and fast earlier. Remember his golf
Yes,
swing? Yeah, and
slowed down the tempo a little bit.
he's pausing on top. He's the Hideki is taking his paws out and giving it to Amar. And it's I can imagine how much different that feel is.
What's the discussion that he's having with his caddy? That's very interesting. maybe you can get the players mic'd up and try and see what they're talking about. Maybe a wrong choice of the tee or some strategy that they're discussing.
Not sure I want to do that. Or sometime they should be told that they're mic'd up because
Well, we'll obviously beep out the interesting bits
yeah,
for our
you
viewers.
know that we have very interesting conversations with our caddies.
I think that's true for all sport. I would say, Amit, that they bring out so much in you. That's you're going through a range of emotions when you're playing a tournament. There's exhilaration, there's stress, there's euphoria. And talking about euphoria, you're looking at that red beauty right behind you. So best make your best swing right now and drive home the Nissan Magnite.
Yeah, this is the group of Gaurav Pratap and Varun Parekh. Oh, and they're getting out of our lens view also. Amardeep also got up to a fly. He's 3 under to his first 7 holes. Shaurya, he's 13 under. The whole bunch of golfers are 13 under, one shot behind. Amar, Aman, Arjun.
Yeah, this tournament is going to make for a fantastic final day. It's going to be a cliffhanger.
I think it will be something like the Olympics. It was nail biting. I can tell you, it's a lot of people
So
had
let's see who's going to come out from the back and
at-
shoot a 61 on the final day.
after his 10th hole of the final round. John Ram was 20 under and 19 under one. So golf is such a funny game, and you would not see imagine John Ram going 5 over the next few holes.
Yeah, the pressure can do strange things to people. Arjun Sharma at 13 under par now finds himself one adrift of the leaders, Shaurya Binu and Akshay Sharma. And for those of you who are just joining us, we're live from Mysuru for the Mysuru Open 2024 hosted by JWGC, the Jayachamraja Wadiyar Golf Club. This tournament boasts of a prize fund of 1 CR, and the tournament is supported by host venue JWGC and associate partner Cycle Pure Agarbattis. And some of the leading Indian professionals and international players are here in this field. Rahil Ganji, Olympian Udyan Mane, Aman Raj, Karan Pratap Singh, Sachin Besoya, M. Dharma, Abhinav Lohan, to name a few. And some of the foreigners in the field are N. Thangaraja, K. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka, Bangladeshi, Jamal Hussain, MD Akbar Hussain, Italy's Michel Ortolani, Czechia Stefan Danek, Nepal's Subhash Tamang, Canada's Sukraj Singh Gill, South Korea's Si In Kim, Japan's Makoto Iwasaki, and American Dominic Piriho or Pirillo. I don't know. Is that Spanish? So it's going to be Piriho or
Yeah,
maybe.
Chirilo.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. My son is learning Spanish, so maybe I'll learn a little bit and get it right as well. I've learned how to count till 10, Amit.
Good. When you get to 100, let me know. Because after that, just add 2 or 3 to it. It's fine, right?
Yeah, but it's amazing. I realized one thing, and you worked with so many juniors. It's been astounding to me that children can learn things from a stage between 4 to 6 at such a rapid speed, even concepts that are quite difficult, like languages, and they're able to pick up, grasp, and recall, which I find fascinating. Like I try to put in the same amount of effort that he does, and think you're a lot more logical, but it's not.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
Little bit of music, little bit of everything, make it so that the brain is comprehensively developed. And then, after some time, you'll realize what they are more, tending to do more than others. And then that's where you want to, push them in the direction they are good at.
You're right about that. I think to make the best golf for the sportsman, you have to exposed him to different range of activities. And I also think that the interest is also rather fleeting when you're younger. I've seen with I've taken him for football, he gets bored. I've taken him for gym or some golf. They want to do everything at that
Yeah, you should.
stage
You
in
should, you
time.
should do. So it's first poly sport till you're about 7, 8. Then it's multi sport till you're about 10, 11. Then it's couple of sports because by now you know which ones you like. And then after about 13 or 14, then it's one sport, the one that you really like. So you kind of filter as you go on. You have to make them play everything initially, and every sport makes you develop different physical and mental attributes.
Yeah,
So
you're right
it's
about
yeah,
that. We're seeing that overall. Look at that majestic. It almost seems a little hypnotic.
yeah.
If you look
You
at
can get a
it.
few more circles,
Yeah, a
in you
few
can
more circles and
make it a bullseye there.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about sport internationally getting younger. You also have longevity. So the thing is, I think the spectrum of players that are competing has broadened because fitness is coming. So careers are lasting a little longer, and because of sports science and the things that you mentioned, you've seen younger players get in the fray. Just an example from football on the Euro Championships, you had 17-year-old Lamine Yamal from Spain, and he scored
He
scored the
actually
goal.
was. They had to pay a fine for him because in Germany, uh, um, below this certain age, you can't stay and do any activity at a certain time in the evening or at night. So the team was actually fined, and they actually willingly gave the fine also. But just to show you that,
Oh, look at that.
yeah, it was just that was he just got robbed there. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
Stepan is still wondering how that's not fallen in. Yeah,
very similar to Karan Pratap Singh. I was going to think they look very similar, similar build, similar
this
height.
is this is
Jaraj.
Jairaj Singh Sandhu. We
Oh,
have quite a few left-handers in the field this week. We have this guy, this Jairaj is there, Veer is there.
he has his unique style as well. Always has the popped collars, similar to Camilo Villegas.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
he's got it, nailed
you,
it.
you saw how beautifully the ball was rolling on the green. By the way, Camilo Villegas played the ISNO Cup that I played in '98. I was just going through my album and we were seeing the name of the players, and he was there in the list. So was Sergio Garcia, by the way. He played the '98 ISNO Cup trophy. Sorry,
So you've been in good company, Amit.
I didn't play with him though. We
But what a Cinderella story. My heart really goes out for what Camilo had to endure. The unfortunate loss of Mia, I think that was his daughter's name, and he set up a foundation and really was devastated by that. Left golf, was just cycling for years, and that's probably the worst thing that can go through. But he has used it as such a good platform. He set up foundations, helping others, and as they say, when you do good things, you get rewarded. And one is tournament. So for me, that is probably the most fulfilling golf story that has come through in the last few years.
Yeah, and it's probably changed him as a person hugely also. He's probably not anything to what he used to be when he was younger.
It's very flamboyant,
Yeah,
still that, and I remember that Spider-Man move that he used to do on the greens.
that's beautiful drone view of the JWGC, Jay Chamaraja Vadiyar Golf Club.
That's a mouthful, and
Yeah,
rightfully so. This golf course is majestic as well.
yeah, and it's amazing how it's a tale of two different golf courses in one. You have all the trees, and suddenly when you go inside the racetrack, it's very links, very Gindi links like a golf course, and it changes like they're two different golf courses in one.
As we have a look at the updated leaderboard,
Pokraj on your screen. The eighth hole is a 231-yard par three. So
I think you spoke about this earlier, Rahul Ganpati holding the course record. He's really had a penchant for shooting these very low numbers. I remember he shot that 12 under at Big Boy, and
yeah,
that 11 under here. So he's, I mean,
I was talking to him, and I was asking him because this was his home course for a long time. I just wanted to ask him because this is the first time we are looking at this golf course on our tour, and so I said, which are the key holes? And he says, the last few holes, the wind is from the left, and there's out of bounds both sides and stuff like that. And I said, oh, that's why he used to hit it the way, because he used to kind of, align a bit to the right, and then he used to like hit this big, like not a big, like a small pull draw, but every time. And that's probably the shot which will come playing a left to right headwind hold. That's the easiest thing to do. That you don't want to leak it to the right. You just come a little on top of it, starts it a bit left, and wind brings it back. He says probably right, man, because I played those holes really well on my golf course. Yeah.
yeah, he had a very consistent drive. Not really long, but not short either, but a very consistent driver.
And playing on the golf course you play on dictates a lot on the technique you use. So if you see people coming from windy golf courses, they generally flight it very well. And people who play on golf courses where there are trees in front of the green and stuff like that, they always trying to hit it high. And then you have the others when somebody who's a golf course that favors a left to right ball flight, like let's say Chandigarh
Yeah,
favors it.
and long. Chandigarh is long.
Yeah,
And if
and
you
so
look
you
at
can see the pros coming from there. Generally move it left to right. Generally are pretty long off the tee. So you kind of adapt your game to where you play. And if and coming to that part, if you have a golf course where it's very well rounded, then you will kind of have all the
I think
shots.
this is one of those cases where correlation definitely leads to causation. If you look at the players from Delhi Golf Course, not the longest of the tee, but very
Very
straight.
straight, yeah.
If you look at players from Chandigarh, they can really bludgeon the ball. If you look at somebody from Royal Calcutta,
They are
again, very
good ball
good ball
striker,
strikers from
really good.
Royal.
Because Royal, you cannot get by golf. You have to hit it.
Yeah, you'll
properly.
find good ball strikers from Royal. And as you
Like
keep going to other golf courses,
Rahil, Arjun Atwal, Chaurasia, they know how to work the ball both ways. They know how to hit the long irons well. Now the equipment has changed, and the long irons have become mid irons, the distance wise. But earlier times with the equipment we had, some of the holes in Royal were 4 irons and 5 irons and 3 irons as approach shots.
and you look at somebody like Siddiqur, Jamal, they played a lot of their golf at Kurmitola in Dhaka. And that's a shorter golf course, but tight, really good conditions. So you see, they're not that long of the tee. So I think there is something to it, like where you play your game eventually, either you're throttling or you're throttling off, depending on where you play.
Absolutely.
So try and play on a golf course where it's demanding that you need to hit it long and straight. I would
Absolutely.
say.
And where you practice also, when you're practicing your shots, if you want somebody to be mentally strong, take him to a range where it's windy. Take him when it's windy, and he needs to, because the wind makes you do a lot of things which you don't need to. It's going to move the ball, that's about it, but it makes you think about the misses, and you start, yeah, and you learn how to flight the ball better. So it's part of your training. Part of training is bad weather practice. When the
Yes.
weather is bad, make sure you go and play and practice then, because that just condition yourself. And that's what the Marine Corps thrives on, making sure they push their soldiers to their limits.
You were speaking about the Marine Corps, and I was taken back to one of my favorite movies, Full Metal Jacket. When they run and they have those songs.
I remember one of those.
A lot of those can't be repeated on air, but they're funny nevertheless. They have a look at Rangachima. This has been his Achilles heel, has been around the greens. It's never been very
That's
good.
that looks like looked much better than before.
Yeah, that turned
There
out to
was
be a lot better than before.
very much more. There was much more rhythm to it. He was very short and stabby, I would say. And that generally comes from lack of trust. Because when you get quick is basically when you don't trust something. So yeah, I guess he's worked at it, and you could see there's much more flow in it. Thangaraja on your screen. General, you saw Thangaraja heavy handing that a bit, but general rule on short game is when you have grass and slope going away from you, you don't want to bring it in low. Not unless you have to. You know, fast, soft, slow, then you make it roll up. So I think probably the wrong choice of shot there by Thangaraja. He was trying to bump it into that edge and let it bounce up and just missed his mark by a foot or so.
As we have a look at Pukhraj here.
Yes, lacking steam.
Pukhraj does tinker a lot with his golf equipment. Goes through almost two sets of irons in a year.
Really?
Yeah, changes a lot of irons. Likes to do a lot of club fitting and changes shaft, driver. You could find him with any set of clubs at one point in time. I think that's one of the things because when you have a much higher swing speed, I think you need to tinker with a lot more. I don't know. You can probably tell us why that happens because there's more variance.
You should first of all you need to know what you want. You want more consistency, you want more distance, or you want to change the flight. First, you need to know what you're looking for. Once you have that, then it's very easy. When this tinkering happens, when you're not sure of what you're looking for, you know, some of the high swing speed players they go through one set of irons for at least 2 years because they're so they know exactly, and then the next one is exactly on those same specs. Swing weight, overall weight, shaft stiffness, kick point, everything is exact. So changes, there's no change basically. So if you are basically tinkering, is you're looking and you are not sure what you're looking for. Yeah, straightforward. Oh, use the
Yeah,
whole hole there.
a little bit of a worry, but all worked out well. Doesn't quite wear a hat. He reminds me a little bit of Robert Rock on the European tour.
Oh, Robert Rock came back and played the U.S. Open very well this year. No, was it? No,
I think the year before last.
no, sorry. Which tournament did he play well? Was it?
He coaches now and still
No,
plays, I
no.
believe.
He had taken a sabbatical from playing competitive golf. He went and qualified for the PGA Championship. No, it was the U.S. Open, and he played exceedingly well. And one of his statements was, he actually practiced a lot in the net. He says, I was just working on my technique, and I hit a lot of balls in the net, so figuring out how to swing the club better, basically, not seeing how to hit the ball better. And it worked out with him, and he's always had a really good golf swing, Robert Rock.
And a good set of hair as well. He's been very famous for his flowing mane as Robert Rock.
Yeah, cap is not the best thing for your hair. Do you wear a cap much, or did you wear a visor?
I used to, but I had a funny way of wearing a cap. I used to wear it from the back to the front. They used to say that would help you safeguard whatever you
The
have going
receding
on there.
fall line.
Because I believe otherwise your perspiration sort of just stores up at the front, and yeah, those are some of the
That gentle
struggles.
bearded gentleman in the background is Pukraj's father. Oh, I like his grip though. Really nice neutral grip. Good setup. Very good lines there.
That's a strong swing if you've ever seen one. That's like
You recall like an artillery gun there.
yeah, he's launched that. He's probably one of the players who can carry that ball over 310 yards, and I've seen it firsthand. It's a thing of beauty. If he gets one of those long drivers that Bryson with those 5-6 degree, I believe he can get start carrying the ball over about 320. He has that raw power in him.
I was just watching the javelin throw the other day, and Neeraj Chopra came up second to the Pakistani javelin throw. And the day before, we were just having a discussion, and I watched the qualifying, and I saw the Pakistani throw, and he had a lot left in his tank.
Yeah, that
And
that was
I was telling someone, I said, you know what, Neeraj will probably win gold, but this Pakistani guy has a lot left in his tank. If he times one throw, he can do it.
yeah, that was surprising. Like
And he timed it.
Ashad Nadeem, you saw him that it was a
Yeah.
very different style. Like when he threw it, it didn't seem like
He
he
put
put
in-
100%
yeah.
in, and maybe that's just technique or
I guess he has more strength than Neeraj, but Neeraj has more speed. He has more rotary speed. They're two different athletes. Power is not just strength. Power is
It's
speed,
rotation as
speed
well.
plus strength. So you can derive your power, your more strength related power or speed related power. So
But I'll tell you one thing that having seen, I've not seen him in real life, but a lot of people have seen him. He's he's really well built, is Neeraj Chopra, very big and very strong in the arms. So because javelin is such a difficult sport,
know,
imagine the strain that it takes on the shoulder to throw that. I can't
yeah,
quite think of any other sport.
he's last 2 years he's been dealing with a groin injury. He says, I can't max out, though I want to. And I know that is very much the case. When you have an injury, you want to, but you can't. So nevertheless, the silver is
It is fantastic.
fantastic,
I mean,
man.
on your B game, if I think he'll go down as probably one of the greatest in javelin,
Yeah.
if not the greatest soon.
Then Trishul cleaning up there.
Prabhakaran,
Yeah.
All India Amateur Champion at Coimbatore back in the day, almost 2 decades ago.
They
now.
played the All India in Coimbatore.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wow. I played a couple of finals. One at KGA and one at Royal.
I played quite a few match plays, but it was rather unfortunate. My good friend Himmat Rai always knocked me out at the wrong time. The quarterfinals in All India and the quarterfinals in East India, and we used to have quite the contest. We were best of friends, but that day it was rather weird, very, very different dynamic, and it used to take us a little bit of time to come back to normalcy after competing.
Yeah, my best friend was Diggy, and we only played one time match play, and that was not as an amateur, as a pro, and at that Delhi Golf Club SRF match play, and he pipped me on the 18th, and we were both playing quite poorly, so it's fine. You don't, if you play poorly, you know that you're going to get pipped at some point of time. When you're not on your A game and it's a match play thing, it's yeah.
Look at Shore again at hole number 8. Hole number 8 is a par 3, 231 yards. So there's a lot of challenge on this hole. Probably going in with a 4 iron at his length.
Yeah, probably a 4, most likely. Good lines, good technique. He's our tournament leader.
Came out really high with that long iron.
I'm not sure if they're playing all the way to 31 today. or maybe because they look to be swinging very easily for a
Yeah,
231-yard hole.
I reckon you're right on that one, Amit. I saw that video of your swing which you put at Pinehurst. There was some sort of competition. What was that
No, no,
exactly?
no. So there was a junior tournament, it was quite funny, and I was the organizer says, we have beat the pro, basically the junior competition, and it's on this part three. So I said, listen, I don't have my clubs also out here, and anyway, I'm on Raj on the tee.
I have a question that I want to ask you. His swing, I mean, he's short of stature, so it seems a little antithetical to how you would normally expect a player of his height. You would expect more rotate, sort of a rotary swing, but he's steep. And you associate that steep swing with taller players. So,
His he have you ever played in Patna?
no, I haven't played.
Okay, Patna has tee boxes, trees right in front of your tee box. Literally right in front. It's someone to hold. You have to hit a 9-9, then a pitching wedge on a 320
Okay.
yard hole. So he grew up trying to hit it over trees. I'm telling you, that's how he grew. And I played Patna, and some of the holes I said, "What is going on out here? Why is this tree in front of the tee box?" And on the second shot over the tree, and so if you have a rotary golf swing, the ball takes might go. The apex might still be the same, but it's got a different path on reaching the apex. And in his case, he reaches his apex very soon. If you watch him hit,
Jairaj, again,
JB just a bit
sorry,
late.
Jabir, it looks like his finish is a little bit like Webb Simpson.
Just a bit late on that. Yeah. So he's it's good to see him play well, but up a bit. So this is my co-host Shaurya, and we are here at the ABP studios and bringing you live coverage.
Right here at the AVP studios, and we have a little bit of branding here on my cup as well. Sometimes the camera catches you unaware, and caught me napping on my phone that time. But it's a wonderful morning here at our
Yeah,
studio, and
it's always good to be back here, and it's so familiar. It almost feels like walking in here, you know what you're going to get. So, but this golf course seems to be,
I would
yeah,
say
it's a challenge, but it's like it's one of those low scoring weeks that if you don't shoot under par, you're gonna feel like you've lost ground to the field. So the par for most of the pros would be, though it's a 70, it's more like a 68,
68,
68,
yeah,
67, and
68.
they want immense. As in, I'll give you a perspective on how fast the speed is. And let's watch JB's chip on number 8. Just missed the green to the right. He's got this is a downhill, down green chip. He needs to give it a lot of air, soft hands.
I see a lot of players not using their glove when chipping. What about you? Do you have your glove on or?
He's bumped it into the slope. So, he's trying to kill it with this thing. Um, Sometimes I chip without my gloves when I'm lazy to take it out of my bag. I generally with my glove, yeah. So it doesn't, you know, it, if you're used to a glove, then keep doing it. I don't think it's something you're just used to or not used to.
Yeah,
That's all.
coming back to the topic of you being Tom Cruise jumping out of a plane.
Yeah. So so 10,000 feet, and it's a free fall for the first 5,000. Okay, and I can tell you the first 5,000 feet went back and through in about 15 seconds. So if the chute doesn't open for another 15 seconds, I hit ground. That's how fast you're traveling. And as a result, the adrenaline rush is really high. So when I came, and then the chute opens, you go up, and you float. Everything looks very serene and stuff like that. But when I came on Mother Earth, I felt everything was slower. Like the whole world was a bit slower. So I think, and then I couldn't sleep very well that night because I think my adrenaline hadn't settled down yet. So just to give you the, what happened, what I felt after the dive is,
I think that's one of the things that I need to muster courage to. The closest I think I've got is roller coasters back in the States. Those treacherous roller coasters that take you upside down and whatnot. I've gone on those and
the scarier part is knowing that you're going to do it, then doing it.
yeah, I guess.
Going up in the airplane, sitting next to the exit, knowing that the exit doesn't have a door on it. Okay, so you're in this aircraft which is no door, and you can see, and then you're going to jump out of it. So that is the scarier part. And then once you're out, and the skydiver is experienced, and you know that it opens and it happens within a few minutes, you're back on the ground. And so it's all that is a great feeling, but the scary part is just going up and committing to it. Yeah,
You can't quite back out there. Okay.
you can't back out of it. And I did in the summers. It was not summer, it was April. It was quite nippy, the air up there. It was quite nippy. So I was almost thinking I should have worn a jacket jumping out of this aircraft. Yeah.
Shaurya Binu now firmly on ground.
Yeah, and he's swinging it so well. At the start of the telecast, I told you that I like this boys. Not just the way he sings the club. I've heard his interview on when he won and what he said, and it's very process oriented. And this is exactly the modern day golfer, is that process over result. You can see he just walked up, he's given it his best shot, it didn't go in, it's fine, he's going to walk off, that's it. And that attitude just relaxes you.
Yeah, if you got to disassociate yourself from the result, what Bernhard Langer used to say, and what a legend he is. What a fantastic player. Retiring from the DP World Tour. I'm not sure if he retired from the Senior Tour as well, but he's a figure of. That's
Yeah,
a brilliant putt
good
right
save
there.
there by Javier. You can see how much it meant to him. Something to keep his momentum going. Not having the best of days, even par so far. A bogey to start with and a birdie on the third. Jairaj Singh Sandhu playing alongside Shamim Khan. He's putting well, Jairaj. The two times we watched him putt, he's hold it, and from fair distance away.
The leaderboard.
Good,
Yeah, Shaurya Binu
good
there.
basics there. Good grip, good stance.
A lot of speed as well.
Yeah, probably.
When you pick out the tee and don't even bother to look at the ball, you know that it's what they call on the US tour mashed potatoes. Whenever
Yeah.
when people shout out.
Veer having a good day. He's 4 under through his first 9 holes. Rahul must be all smiles. I saw him walk following his boy today. On the tee is Aman Raj, ready to pull the trigger. You can almost see how his technique is, built around the golf course he played. You can see that he gets a little behind and he hits it upwards. Yeah, so that's perfect for Patna.
Yeah, but I think he's lost. He's definitely lost out length because of making his swing as such. Because the apex comes a lot earlier than it should. I've seen his ball actually floats up and then sort of it almost takes off like a Scud missile. It goes up and then
Yeah,
goes ahead. He loses a lot of that because the parabola doesn't form correctly.
also good grip. Grip is the key to how you can take the club back.
Let's have a look at his finish. He's been doing that.
Very narrow with his stance though for the driver.
Yeah, it seems very very handsy on the way back as well, and gets left behind, and then sort of just hands take over this time.
He one-handed it. Played sitting next to the exit, knowing that the exit doesn't
Aman
have a
Raj
door
with his
on it.
putt.
So you're in
This was
this
a few
aircraft which is
moments ago.
no door,
Coming
and
up
you
a
can
bit
see, and then
more
you
than
know you're going
right.
to jump out of it. So that is the scarier part. And then once you're out, and the skydiver is
Or maybe
it's
just
experience,
right.
and you know that it opens an interview on when he won and what he said, and it's very process oriented, and this is exactly the modern day golfer, is that process over result. You can see he just walked up, he's given it his best shot, it didn't go in, it's fine.
Retiring from the DP World Tour. I'm not sure if he retired from the Senior Tour as well, but he's a figure of. That's a
Yeah,
brilliant putt
good
right
save
there.
there by Javier. You can see how much it meant to him, something to keep. Beautiful view of, yeah, perfect scoring conditions.
Yeah, as they say, the lull after the storm. It's
Yeah.
rained out. There's not much wind. You can actually play darts here on the golf
Yeah,
course. The greens are
absolutely.
receptive. The fairways are nice. I
And you're
think.
playing preferred lie, man. It's
Yeah.
you take a good lie, and you know that you're going to get the yardage you were
The,
aiming to get.
the scoreboard is telling you the story. 3 under, 3 under, 5 under. Everybody's under par apart from Arjun Sharma, from amongst the top 20. In fact, amongst the top almost everyone. This is surprising.
He's the only one par. There's only one person over par. Who is this person? Shit, Navid call.
I think only 3 or 4 players are over par. Everybody is under par, and the lowest round, Jay Pandya 5 under par through 10. So, and he's got quite a few holes to go. So, it's going to be a feast of birdies today here at Mysuru. And just to look at
Surprising that Arjun is over par though.
yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll turn it around.
Well, at 6,217 yards and with no wind, but there's the biggest defense this golf course generally has is the wind, and which is not prevalent right now at all. So, this is exactly what we were expecting from our leading golfers.
And also said, I think this is the ideal starting point after a big break. You want a tournament where you can score, make birdies, get your confidence back up. Because I know a lot of these players really don't like off time. They want to keep playing all the weeks that they can. I think many of our players also venture on to other tours, Middle East tours for a while. I think the MENA tour, they go to play a few events. And
At different levels of professional golfers have different, schedules. I think at a point where you're trying to get your OWGR up and you're trying to, get money.
What a great shot! ತುಂಬಾ ದಣಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾರೆ ಋತುರಾಜ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್.
ಆದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಸೈನ್ ಏನದು?
ಅಮೃತಾಂಜನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋ ಪ್ಲಸ್. ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹವಾದ್ರೆ ಆಗ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದೆ ಸೆಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಹೈಡ್ರೇಷನ್. ಇದರ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ರಿಹೈಡ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಮರಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹವನ್ನು ತೊಲಗಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
ನಿಮಗೂ ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಮೃತಾಂಜನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋ ಪ್ಲಸ್. ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹಕ್ಕಾಗಿ.
All these things come into play when you're a pro golfer. What people see on the screen and what goes behind are two different things.
absolutely, it's a lot of work that goes on behind the curtains. What I'm seeing is that I'm sure you'd have seen that seismic shift also happen in our society and even on our country at large. That sport as a profession is starting to be accepted. A lot of parents can actually accept that. Yes,
There was a saying in our country. It's still, I don't know if it's still there. No, it's changing though. It was called "Padhoge, likhoge, banoge nawab, khiloge, khudoge, hoge kharab."
yes.
So that was prevalent in our society for a longest time. You also know that.
I have borne the brunt of that. I think I'll tell you the story after I see is that Arjun's chip shot or putt rather.
Yeah, he must be wanting, like he feels like he's lost a few to the field so far. So I'm sure he's getting a little edgy now. Straightforward putt though. Let's see if we can get it to the hole. It's quite slow up this hill. He's really hit it hard though. He's got it to the hole.
Done well.
Yeah.
That's good judgment.
It came out flying out of his putter face. I'm like, oh god, that's going far. Yeah. You can see how the speed changes drastically from when you're hitting into the grain, and this was into the grain, uphill, so extremely slow putt. And probably the best thing you can do is hit a putter, because if you're chipping up the screen and into the grain, the ball really checks a lot, and sometimes too much.
As we have a look at Akshay. Great proponent of the short game, really keeps his hands ahead. Pretty similar to Om Prakash. Very good putters, both of them. As you have a look at Karthik. Not all lefties are the same.
Yeah.
Nasar,
Three lefties in the field, and all three playing well. Jairaj Singh Sandhu, Karthik Sharma, and Veer Ganapati. Well, it's good to Rahul spends a lot of time with his boys, which is so good to see. And and they're probably the best behaved boys. And I go to junior tournaments and I see they're the best behaved boys.
I think that's so important.
Carry themselves really well. No, the youth these days has a lot of brashness about them. Not these two boys.
I wish more could actually, teach them in the gentlemanly art in your ward, your children. It's so important, actually. As I say, sport maketh the man, and good manners. They help you a long way. And we're seeing our sporting generation obviously does understand that, and that helps you unify. In many aspects, the youth is the future of the country. So, if they get it right, then I'm sure that
also every sport teaches you a few attributes more than the other sport. You see that a lot of break on that, Shaurya.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
So Karthik Singh cleaning up on number 8.
I see a lot of players sporting these arm sleeves. It actually helps stave the tan off, or is it just
I
helps you?
find it very claustrophobic because I've never worn anything on my arms. I actually used to hate the rain gear also because you grow up in a country of heat. You have minimalistic clothing on, so suddenly you have to wear something. It always feels too much.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult if you're not. Even if you get the best rain gear, it's very difficult to swing in it unless you're used to it.
Suddenly then these new sleeveless ones are pretty all right. The ones you can zip the sleeve off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you so I bought a jacket maybe a few months ago, and first time actually I could swing in a rainproof gear.
Look at the amount he cranes over the putt.
Yeah, there's not much of backswing to it either. Very individualistic putting style, very effective as you can see. Akshay, one shot back right now. Our leader presently is Shaurya Binu. He's 3 under
That helps
today,
you
15 under for the tournament.
unify.
And Veer has
In many
birdied one
aspects, the
more
youth
hole.
is the
He's 5
future of the
under
country. So,
through his first 10.
if they get it
And
right, then I'm sure that
also,
one shot
every
back,
sport teaches you a few attributes more
making
than
the old man
the
proud.
other sport. Absolutely. And,
Yeah, I think it's
I
very
would love to
difficult.
see him play
if you're
really
not-
well. He would,
even if you get the
I don't
best
know, when was
rain
the
gear,
last
it's very
time an
difficult to
amateur
swing
won
in
a
it unless you're
tournament?
used to it. I think that would be Adil
Suddenly
Bedi
then these
at
new sleeveless ones are pretty alright.
Dollygunge.
The ones you can. Was it
That was
currently
his first.
Pocher? Yeah,
That was his first tournament. No, I think Adil won his first tournament as a professional. Or the amount he cranes over the putt.
I think Karandeep
Yeah, that was Karandeep Kocher
Kocher
won
did
as an amateur,
one-
and then Adil Bedi won the first tournament
as a pro, right?
something like that, I think.
Yeah. So there on our screen is sorry, shortly earlier that was Veer on our screen. Shamim,
It's a while that we've seen Shamim.
he's all feel. This one, if it doesn't go in, will smell the hole for sure. Let's see if I'm right. I didn't smell the hole. Coming back to putting, and I was just reading something. If you want your to hold 15 footers, like somebody would hold a 5 footer, right? Then your 15-foot putt miss should be like a 5 foot putt miss. That means it should graze the hole.
There's so much body English on that. His head probably has almost a foot and a half of a change in elevation. I mean,
But he hits knuckleballs, man.
he's
He goes
really
through the wind.
he hits really good, strong knuckleballs.
Yeah.
But does that have to do with the way that his swing is, or
No, that's his release pattern. He must be. I'm sure his left elbow is a bit bowed at impact, bowed left wrist, which is strong.
this is such a contrary swing? Stays back on the back foot and sort of just hits from there. Doesn't quite transfer his weight
Aligns
ahead.
way left. I played with him. Aligns way left. Ball starts off a bit right on him, and he knows that, and he is aware of it, and he aligns accordingly.
Stays back on the back foot. The weight doesn't quite go forward.
And also, probably one of the reasons for that, he's got this really strong left hand grip, in which, generally people with that want to hang back a bit because that affects the club face a bit.
Yeah, Veer Ganpati. Probably the youngest leader. I mean, he's
Oh, it's just
16,
about his
17.
name
How
is.
old is he?
He's luckily his first name is not longer. Otherwise, he wouldn't fit on that leaderboard.
He's 17, right?
He is 16.
I think that is just ridiculous standard of golf for that age, to be honest.
16. He's. I think he's 16. If I'm not wrong, he's not. He's not 17. I'll have to recheck that, but probably 16 or 17, not more. He won the All India Juniors last year.
Prodigious talent.
Very nice thinking golfer. Not the modern day junior golfer is one of the athletic and fire everything. He's not just that. He is a good thinker. He hits a lot of irons off a lot of tees. He backs himself with his which is approach shot.
And I'm assuming that
And the modern day junior golfer likes to hit it as far as they can, and then flip a wedge and get it close. That's not from what I saw him play at the junior event that he had come for. He thinks his way around the golf course.
I think a lot of that would have been taught by Rahul.
Karan Pratap Singh having a really good day. He's 6 under through his first 16 holes, and he's 13 under. 2 shots behind our leader, Shaurya Binu. Probably, what do you think what score do you think will lead at the end of today, Shaurya?
I mean, judging by the numbers today, it seems like both the nines are there for the taking. So I would think
18?
18 might be a little bit of 18, but definitely not more than 18 because you see the number of holes that are available. But I think maybe 17, unless Shaurya can really light it up on the back nine as well. You have Veer Ganpati who's already 5 under for the day, so I don't know. I mean, if he keeps going,
He's got a par 5 18th coming up, and then he's got another par 5 14th coming up.
yeah, but the 16, 17 are difficult holes, mind you. The ending holes.
Karan Pratap is just eagle number 16.
Yeah, but I mean, 16, 17, they are tight, but so.
You got
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
he needs to get a few more coming in, and I'm sure he can. He's got 2 par 5s coming up. Looks like every hole on the back nine is birdieable. Sanit is also 6 under. He's 13 under now. Only one person in the. Let's have a look how many people are over par today. 3. 7 people over par, and maybe 1 or 2 over. Two over is the worst score so far today, and they haven't finished yet, so they've got a few more holes to make up that.
It's been an interesting week of all sorts. You had the Monday qualifiers also, which actually had a lot of drama in them involved. There was, I think, 4 players that went into playoff. Bhanu Pratap Singh, Aniket Sawant, then there was Kurush Hedji, and I can't remember one more player who actually made it through. And
Bikramjit and Sandhu?
Vikramjit was not there in the playoff. I can't remember the other name. There was another player, and it was a 3-hole playoff in the end.
Wow. So, golf course where it's birdies are very gettable, mistakes are very few. So, I can well expect that. Beautiful view of the Jayachamaraja Vadiyar Golf Club and Mysuru. This you can see the golf course is built around and inside the racetrack, the horse racetrack. We have a similar golf course in Chennai as well as the Gindi Golf Club. It's very
But a
similar.
lot drier.
And
It always plays very hard. The surface is hard, and the grass is sparse. This is a lot softer surface.
And there are many more trees around. Half the golf course is different from the other half. It's half of it is parkland and half is links out here. So you get a taste of both. When they come to the holes which are inside the race course, and when generally the wind blows a lot out here, so it's a different game altogether. If it had maybe 400 more yards to it, It would be really challenging.
Yeah, I think the small greens.
Yeah, with that size of greens, it's good that they're hitting wedges into those greens. They're postage stamps. You can see on your screen leader at 15 under short, Binu. One shot behind him, the amateur junior Veer Ganpati, son of former professional golf tour on the PGTI, and Rahul Ganpati.
And a prolific winner, number one, and so many victories, and a great amateur as well. And give up the game at the peak of his powers. He's emblematic of that saying, you retire when you're on top.
I think he got married, and prize money wasn't used what it used to be, sure, yeah. So, and Rahul is he's always fended for himself, so he made a few decisions keeping those things in mind, and he's done well for himself. He's got a really good golf academy at the KGA. He conducts his own series of junior events since he was so involved in junior golf with his kids playing. And yeah, he's done well for himself, So, and his kids are playing extremely well. Veer and his younger boy Jashan both.
Yeah, I think there has been a shift in the prize money, and obviously the standard of golf has also helped in that. I think it's almost grown at least three folds from that time, so that has made all the difference.
So Veer has birdied almost one, two, three, four, five, six of his last no, 8 holes.
Back to the action here. The drone view is a new addition to the photographic arsenal we have available with us. What a quaint setting here. And leading currently is the prodigious Veer Ganpati at 15 under par. Precocious youth producing fantastic results. He's 6 under par for the day through 11 holes, and he's not done yet. Maybe he could challenge for his father's course record, which stands at 11 under par. If that's anything, would definitely make a father proud. And I think he's done more than that. Fine young boy, and really playing like a champion. Following him is another youngster, Shaurya Binu, tied alongside him for the lead. Then Karan Pratap Singh at 13 under par. And there's a host of players. In fact, there's a quartet. Karan Pratap Singh, Sanit Bishnoi, Divyanshu, Amardeep Malik, Aman Raj, Karthik Sharma, and Akshay Sharma. 7 players, in fact, not a quartet. So quite a big group there at 13 under par. Then you have Aryan Rupan, and another youngster plays at Bengaluru. Then you have Angad Chima from Chandigarh, Arjun Sharma, who was leading the proceedings, but now needs to step on the gas. As you can see, the other players have overtaken him. Beginning Shivinder Singh Sisodia from Gurugram, Sachin Bisoya, Udyan Mane, the Olympian, Pukraj Singh Gill, and from the international contingent we have Subhash Tamang from Nepal at 10 under par. Then we have N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka at 10 under par. Then you have Michelle Ortolani at 10 under par in 17th position. K. Prabhakaran and Stephen Danek at 9 under par. And Jamal Hussain at 7 under par from Bangladesh. Jamal Hussain, we saw a few years ago, a really good, consistent player. We saw him with those runner up finishes and also won a tournament. He's been a figure of consistency over the last 4 or 5 years. And then you have Si In Kim, South Korea Seen Kim at 2 under par. And Dominic Picario at 2 under par. I am not quite certain if that pronunciation is right, but as they say, practice makes perfect. That's Karan Tonk right there.
Yeah, Karan is probably one of the fitter ones on tour, I can tell you. He's been like this for a while.
He's got
In
his
top shape.
card back by going to the Q school. And he had a lot of promise, but hasn't really been able to deliver. I think for a period he stopped playing, or I'm not sure, because it's seeing him back in the thick of things after a long time. And he can really hit the ball far, flat ball flight, and is able to roll it up to almost 340 at times.
Yeah. He's small in stature though, not the maybe 5'8", 5'9", but very athletic. Holds it, holding it quite upright, huh, Shaurya?
Yeah, it seems to have changed his setup. I don't
Yeah.
quite remember if he used to be in that. That's a very uncomfortable looking setup,
Yes,
to be honest.
I would be really uncomfortable in my shoulders if I did that. Very stiff-wristed chipping action.
Veer Ganpati leading alongside Shaurya Binu here at the Jai Chamraja Wadiyar Golf Club in Mysuru. This tournament offers a prize fund of 1 crore. It's the 14th event on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. And on the order of merit, we have Veer Alawat leading, followed by Manu Gandas, Rahil Ganji, Angad Chima, Abhinav Lohan, Yashash Chandra, M. Dharma, Shaurya Binu at 17,92,000. Akshay Sharma in ninth position, and Gaganjeet Buller, the Olympian, at 17 lakh in for 10th position.
This is the group of Karan Tong, Divyansh Dubey, and Michelle Ortolani. Your screen. This is Karan. Tong from Jamshedpur.
Am I right that he plays some tennis as well?
Comparatively?
I mean, recreationally, but that's what I heard. I'm not sure if that's correct, but I do remember.
Once I So my coach, Mr. Kel Llewellyn, I asked him once, Coach, what do you think of swimming? He had a very funny answer for me. He says swimming is good for swimmers. So if you ask me about tennis, tennis is good for tennis players, you know. So I was old-fashioned way of now there's a lot of cross training happening in sport. You know, you can benefit one sport by playing the other one, maybe recreationally also. This is Michelle Ortolani on your screen. You know, the country he plays, grain is almost non-prevalent. So I can imagine how difficult for him it is to read the line and trust it out here. Looks like he's going to arm lock it. Yes, he does. So I tried this arm lock putter in America, and it's not bad actually. It's just once you get the hang of it, it's quite easy. You arm lock it into your forearm. You can, you know, reverse do it or do it normally. Just it sits into your forearm. Putters are built with more loft on it because your hands go really ahead. So the putter has to have more loft, something between 7 and 8 degrees of loft on it. But once you get the hang of it, it's quite easy. The putter face stays really stable. There's no movement in the putter face, which I think is I think it's I'm not sure if it's almost like cheating.
Well, I mean, they've already taken out the anchoring bit, but I think maybe this is some way that you can find an advantage just as you have a look at Thanga Raja.
You know, our good friend Vikrant uses the broomstick, right?
Yes. Vikrant has always had putting woes. I never quite remember him being a good putter or even having a round that he's always had the jitters from inside 4.5, 5 feet, and that's held him back. He's been probably one of the best iron strikers over the years that I've seen. Very consistent with his irons, especially long irons with his patented left-right fade. Was a very good athlete even coming up in college. Was a swimmer and started the game quite late.
I remember him playing an amateur event which I won, and he had just started, and I said, and he played pretty decently. And his dad came to me, and his dad is a really nice person. My son has just started. I said, "How do you play?" He said, "Oh, that's really good, you know, because for someone who's just started, and that was back in 1998, I think, which I met him for the first time." Um, oh no. So we just parred number 12. That must have felt like a bogey after the birdies he's made.
Yeah, but let's see if he can keep that up. He's 6 under par. So if you can maybe take out a few more birdies, maybe get to about 7 or 8 under par for the day. I think that should be good enough for the lead at 17 under par.
I think 18 will lead after 3 rounds. I think 20.
Let's see if Maniram can drive away with that car, the beautiful Magnite. His shirt color is matching that of the car, so maybe
Even
that's
looks-
ominous.
Almost looking like the car, red and black.
Now let's see if it can trace back right into the cup. Come on, Maniram.
There was one ball that
Yeah.
looked like it would have gone in.
That would have
actually.
looked really good
Yeah.
in the air.
I had a close call once in Bangalore. It actually looked like it was hanging just short of the hole, and actually it was it was on the lip on the other side of the hole when we reached the green. So that's how close it was from going. And it was I think it was a BMW 5 Series or something like that. It was the global greens Bangalore Open that time.
Oh.
Yeah. I was and they never changed the pin on the fourth hole in KGA. You remember the fourth hole in KGA? The wind blows right to left head, and there's a ledge on the right side of the green.
And there's the outer bound also.
Yeah, on the right, and they had placed the pin middle right.
So that's a
A
very
small
difficult, yeah.
ledge, you know, and you could easily roll off it. And I had this. Remember, I had this cut into the wind, and I just held its line perfectly. Landed just short of that plateau. You know, ran up the slope perfectly, and I said, "Oh, give it a try." And it didn't go in. I thought I'd left it. It was short of the hole. I reached the green. It was lying half an inch on the. It was actually hanging over the lip.
So tell me the ruling. If it's hanging over the lip, you mark it and it falls back in.
It's a one shot. You have to add one more stroke to it. Yeah.
What a great shot! ತುಂಬಾ ದಣಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾರೆ ಋತುರಾಜ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್.
ಆದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಸೈನ್ ಏನದು?
ಅಮೃತಾಂಜನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋಪ್ಲಾಸ್. ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹವಾದ್ರೆ ಆಗ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದೆ ಸೆಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಹೈಡ್ರೇಷನ್. ಇದರ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ರೀಹೈಡ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಮರಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹವನ್ನು ತೊಲಗಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
ನಿಮಗೂ ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಮೃತಾಂಜನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋ ಪ್ಲಸ್. ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹಕ್ಕಾಗಿ.
League, Amit Luthra exploiting the rules once at the Asian Games. He marked it, kept falling in, and they gave him that putt.
Yeah, I have heard that story.
And I said, and only Amit could get away with it.
Yeah, Amit Luthra also a prodigious golfer in his own right. The greens seem to be firming up a little now.
Yeah, that's Dominic Piccirillo.
Yeah, I think the jury is out how to pronounce his name.
Well,
I think I would go with Piquerijo.
he's not Spanish. He's Italian descent.
Okay.
So Piccirillo.
Then it's Piccerel. Then it has to you have to add a little bit of flavor. So it's probably Dominic Piccerello.
Yeah.
So yes, a good chip by him, senor. No, that's Spanish.
He's got
I
his
think.
arm wrapped up a bit.
Now we have Maniram here. A unique putting grip. What's that called?
The claw. That is to take away.
That's actually some sort of a
That's to take away
That's
the-
some sort of concoction of a claw. I mean, that's not really.
That's to take away a wrist break from your stroke, which it didn't. In his case,
I don't know. Now he's gone back to the conventional grip. So
I think whichever way it comes into his hand, he just holds it, and he's so good at it. It's going to go in anywhere, right?
yeah, he's the most nonchalant player that I've ever seen. Do you remember the heartbreak at Ahmedabad? He was leading, and on the 17th hole, he was leading the tournament by 2. 17th had a quadruple bogey, and then he eventually finished second. But I met him the week after that in Classic, and I tried to offer my condolences, and I met him there. I played the Monday qualifier. I said, "Yeah, sorry about that, but I was really happy that you came back with a birdie on 18." He said, "It's all right. It's all good. I'm playing well." And he shot 6 under par the first day, I remember. So very jovial, positive guy.
He tried to putt it out of the, and his short game is good. I think he's just got a brain freeze. Yeah.
Seems like Dominic is suffering from some sort of tendon injury on that left hand.
And looks like he's taking a little more time than usual over this putt. He'll have Sampath Chari on his heels very quickly if he doesn't hurry up. Our tournament director, chief referee, Sampath Chari, he is a big propagator of, as far as time is concerned. There was a sarcastic fist pump by him.
Yeah, but he's been a stalwart, has Mr. Chari. And one thing that I'm sure that players appreciate, and not many players speak
Anshul
about.
Patel must have thought he's hold it off the tee, because this one is
this,
a foot and a half short, 2 feet short of the hole on line.
And Anshul Patel would probably. What is his preferred ball flight? I'm not quite certain.
Well, this is our fourth left-hander. This is the fourth one.
Easy birdie putt, but for a moment he would have been dreaming about that car.
Yeah. driving on the streets of Ahmedabad in a Nissan Magnite for a few moments. There's no change on top so far. The leader is, we have a two-way tie on top with Veer Ganapati, the junior amateur, and Shaurya Binu. Both are tied at 15 under. 2 shots adrift. There's a log jam there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people at 13 under. 2 shots adrift. Yeah, distance measuring devices are allowed in events now, even in all events.
That's definitely sped up the pace of play. The only rule that I find a little strange, to be honest, is dropping the ball from knee height. Actually, it takes a lot more effort to do that than dropping it from the shoulder height. I feel it's counterintuitive and more difficult.
I think it is more to do with sometimes, if you drop it from the shoulder height, it can get a little embedded more than the knee height. So, if you let's say if you drop it from shoulder height, it gets a little embedded. So the next shot decision making gets a little difficult. Takes more time, I would say, because you say, okay, now is it lying down? And how much is it going to? But if you drop it, generally you can almost hit your spot.
I also wanted a clarification, and for our viewers as well who are watching, if you're in a bunker and you find your ball in a puddle of water within the bunker, you get a drop in the bunker, you still have to drop the ball from knee height and it gets plugged. That as a rule for me is really incredulous, and I find
these days the tournament committees generally specify that if you are dropping number, you can place it.
But what's the rule for dropping in a bunker if you have an unplayable water lie in a bunker? You drop in the bunker, you still have to drop from knee height?
Yeah.
And it gets plugged always. If
from
the bunker
shoulder height, even more plugged.
But just imagine how unfair is that rule. That's really an unfair rule.
I think you should place it in the bunker. That would speed up.
But the current
also.
rule is drop,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's what I heard last. But some of the events, they can actually, when they know there's a lot of water in the bunkers, they tell the tournament rule comes out that you can place the ball in the bunker if it's. Yeah. So not exactly. So by the way, for you, the viewers, when the ball is, if there's water in the bunker, you have 3 options. The first option is to drop it within the bunker. If you don't find a place within the bunker, then
in the bunker, not nearer to the hole.
Yeah. Then you can drop it outside the bunker with a 1-shot penalty.
With a 1-shot penalty?
Yeah.
Even if the bunker is flooded?
Yeah.
If the entire bunker...
It becomes a penalty zone area then.
If the entire bunker is flooded, you're saying I have to take a 1-shot penalty and drop it outside?
Yeah. Most of the time, the tournament committee will tell you that you can basically, all the bunkers are penalty zone areas now.
Oh.
But let's say if you are...
That's what I call double jeopardy. You get punished for the same crime twice.
If you're in the bunker and it's unplayable, basically, other place in the golf course, unplayable lie is a 1-shot penalty, in the bunker is a 2-shot penalty, if you want to take it outside.
We're always learning something new. Seems to be a good looking putt, tracking and just about. As we have a look at Shaurya there. Good putt by Jairaj. You can see the wind is picking up now. The greens will dry out a little bit. If anything, I think that'll make it easier for the players now because the greens were rain soaked overnight and might roll a little quicker, and the fairways might get a little roll as well. So the golf course would play even shorter now. So maybe see a few more birdies coming in.
Yeah, slow greens are not the easiest surfaces to make putts on. You can see JB is got his the score going in the right direction. He's 12 under now, 2 under for today, and leader still in a tie at 16 under is Veer Ganapati, the junior, alongside Shaurya Binu. Karan Pratap Singh 7 under today. He's just finished 7 under, 14 under for the tournament. Alongside him at 14 under are Aryan Rupa Anand and Amardeep Malik. This is a really low scoring week, so like I said earlier, I think 18 under would be the number leading at the end of the day. And now Veer has the par 5 coming up, and he's birdied.
Yeah, he has 2 par 5s. I think his dad's record is under threat for sure.
Yeah, he's birdied 7 out of his last 10 holes.
Both father and son can hold the course record.
He has to go another 4 to match that.
Yeah, but I'm sure that he's done a lot already to get adulation from his father, and I'm sure that winning the All India last year, he definitely knows his way around a golf course.
I think he won 2 back-to-back junior events. One at KG and one at Clover. So, amateurs get playing on the PGTI is a huge thing because these days the ranking, is such a big thing in deciding who's going to represent the country in which tournament. And OWGR, which is your official world golf ranking, that gets converted into WAGR, which is the world amateur golf ranking. And there's a multiplier to it, but Veer has done very well in the last few amateur events. He's won almost everything he's played. So if he does well here, that multiplier will catapult him up the world amateur golf ranking. So basically there's a formula they've devised, and when you win your first Wagger event, which is when you open your Wagger account.
Okay.
It's not because you're playing one. Your divisor is 8. So
but that's so you have to win.
You have to
an
win
international amateur event.
No, you have to win a Wagger event, which is a world amateur golf ranking recognized tournament. Mm-hmm. Once you win one, is when you open your account.
So, what about the Indian Golf Union, where
every tournament that they have is a Wagger event?
And this would have been case even when I was an amateur.
No, this Wagger did not exist that time.
So I don't know. I saw myself like I had a world ranking. I remember at one point in time 1200. So maybe because I played the Indian Open as an amateur.
Yeah.
and I won a few tournaments
So
on amateur
if
tour.
you let's say Veer is finishes first year, he's probably won almost at least two out of his last three or three out of his last four Wagger events.
Okay.
And this one will give him his divisor will go up. And think if he
Well,
wins,
sorry to interject, when you say Wagger, I often harken back to my favorite golfing movie, The Legend of Bagger Vance. I don't know,
no,
have you seen the movie?
Wagger is World Amateur Golf
I
Ranking.
know, but
Yeah,
have you seen the movie?
I've seen that. Yes. So his divisor will be he will make it into the top at least 200 of the world if he does well, if he wins this.
No, so that's
Yeah.
probably more because
No, because it's right in the first eight events, it's all add. Then the divisor keeps changing. So his divisor is less than eight right now, and after he reaches a certain point, then the number of tournaments becomes your divisor, and then you have to really play well to sustain yourself. And if you want to get your ranking to go up, it's much more difficult. But if you really do well in the first eight events that you play, it catapults you. So after you get your world
and he's so
amateur,
young. He's
yeah.
just maybe all of 17 or 16. So
So I can imagine what there's a lot of for him. There's no prize money because he's an amateur, but there's a lot of world amateur golf ranking points at stake.
yeah, that's but being a young man, all of 17, I think he would tell his father, Dad, I think I'm 60. I'm 16 lakh down because I won this event. Now what do I do? And I think that's a painful rule for amateurs. You win the tournament, there must be some sort of a maybe if not equivalent or certain proportion.
This year it happened on the PGA Tour. I think it was Nick Dunlap. He won the American Express as an amateur. Then he won the same year. He's won it as a pro also. Won on the PGA Tour in the same calendar year as an amateur and as a professional.
Oh.
So for Veer, there's a lot more. There's a lot at stake as well, because probably he's let go of a couple of his junior events to play this. And this is a golf course is a tale of two courses. Once you come inside the racetrack to play the holes which are inside the racetrack, it's more of a links design golf course. The wind plays its part. It's not that windy today, but generally this is a very windy golf course. So two different golf courses in the same golf course. Arjun with his putt, narrowly missing there. Good speed. Arjun still at the same score he started. He's 13 under. He started there. He was even par today. On your screen is our manual leaderboard. Karthik Sharma sizing up his putt. Just outside the left, uphill. Just under reading it there. All three at the same score. The hole in one prize, the Nissan Magnite on hole number 2, the 175-yard par 3. This is live coverage of the Mysuru Open 2024 from the Jayachamaraja Wadiyar Golf Club in Mysuru. Inaugural Mysuru Open. And we have a two-way tie on top for the lead. Currently, the lead held by Veer Ganpati and Shaurya Binu. Veer 7 under for the round today. Presently on the par 5 14th hole. So this could change. The lead could change. We could be in the lead. Karan Pratap Singh finishing up with a 7 under 63. Shaurya just birding number 12 has taken the lead to 17 under. So leader board is changing by the minute. It's a low scoring week. So the lead is at 17 under, but the 12th position is at 13 under. So really packed leaderboard. Saurabh Pinu followed by Veer Ganpati at 16. Karan Pratap, Amardeep Malik, Aryan Rupanand at 14. Sanit Bishnoi, Divyanshu Bajaj, Jetmalani, Angad Chima, Aman Raj, Arjun Sharma, Akshay Sharma, Kartik Sharma at 13 under. Udyan Mane, Pokraj Singhil, JB Singh at 12 under. So you can see that it's anybody's tournament still.
अगरबत्ती देना दादी माँ।
साइकिल क्या?
अगरबत्ती।
साइकिल?
अगरबत्ती।
अगरबत्ती यानी साइकिल बच्चे।
अगरबत्ती बोले तो
The ball to come a bit to his left. par 3 12th hole. Oh yeah, you can see two youngsters on top. And low scoring week, 7 under. There's a two people at 7. Karan has shot 7 under, he's finished. Veer is at 7 under, he's got a few holes left, which he's got a couple of par fives coming up for him. So that might change. And not a single person is over par in the top
I think
35.
you're talking about the charge of the youth. I think I've spoken about it at length in the years that we've been commentating. But what I've seen, it's something that is happening across the spectrum, across all sports globally, and it's just sort of as they say, India is a microcosm of the world, and this is visible here in all sport. You're seeing the youth is really taking
I
a
think,
charge.
another thing, which because I'm so involved in youth golf, I run the tournaments for US kids in India. I travel for them to Pinehurst and whatever. Parents are so much more invested right now. It's so different from when you and I grew up. Our parents were involved, but these ones, and not just committed, they're invested, and they'll go to any length to realize their kid's dream of becoming a pro golfer and whatever they want to do as far as golf is concerned. But the the commitment level is huge, and and I don't know whether the kids are living their dream or their parents' dream, though.
Yeah, that's I think
Yeah, that's
that's
where
the
I'm
jury's
I'm
out
kind
on
of
that.
confused about that, because if you ask, if I were to have if I were to have a dream to become the best golfer in the world, I would actually live it. I would share it, live it, make it as explicit and live it. And I don't see the kids do that. If you have a dream and realizing it, and then you have to live it, everything, from how you behave and how you carry yourself and how you respond to situations, that is living your dream. Then your dream gets realized. You can't have a dream and not live it and waiting for it doesn't work like that. So when it comes to the commitment of the parents, very much, but I'm not sure if it's their dream or the kid's dream. That's where where what I've realized over the past decade or so that the commitment of the parents are huge. But for example, one I was talking to one caddy comes to me and says, that boy missed a putt, and his dad told him that you need to practice this putt, and you will not go till you practice for 2 hours or whatever, or tell him. So I said, really, the father had to tell him? If I was there, I would be doing it without my father telling me anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think that if we try to fulfill our wishes through our children, and that's sometimes you're imposing your own dreams on. So yeah, that I think that's something that's happened since time immemorial. As we have a look at Aman Raj, I think it's he's whenever he's chipping, he's always
giving it a chance.
He's just about skirting the hole. So
he's so good, and these are the ones that he's treating it as a putt.
If you ever, I've seen him on the chipping, greens around. He's probably the best chipper that I've seen in my life. And why do I say that? Like when people tell you that when Tiger hits a shot, a different sound comes off. It's almost like a gunshot. When Aman Raj hits a chip, it's a very different sound. I don't know how I explain it to you. He's able to use the bounce, and it's always flush.
Yeah,
he's really good with the chips that he hits.
And if you can,
he's in a different league already.
I tell you, his chipping is so important for scoring. It's in strokes gained. He might not have gained a stroke with that putt, but he's definitely gained something of probably 1/3 of 0.3 strokes with that chip. So he's gaining a lot of strokes to the field in his chipping.
Yeah, no doubt. But it's lovely the way he chips it. He's I don't know how you teach kids and even seniors and golfers at all levels. He's able to utilize the bounce of the club, which is such a difficult art. He's not just coming in steep; he's utilizing the bounce, and it's just a thing of beauty, I'll tell you.
And you can see that he doesn't spin it so much with the chips. You see, it comes out rolling.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a softer roll.
It's a softer roll, predictable.
But it's a roll. It's not a check.
It's a predictable roll.
So you can't hold anything which is dancing. When your ball is coming up with too much spin, is basically dancing on the green. It has to roll on the green for it to have a chance. So there was a very famous short game player. His name was Paul Runyon, and Paul Runyon was probably the best short game player that ever lived. He beat Sam Snead in the PGA Championship. It was a match play that time, 10-8, and Sam Snead had him by 80 yards on the drive.
80 yards.
Yeah, and Paul Runyon won. And Paul Runyon, he's the first person who, I've read his book, and my coach is a propagator of his technique when it comes to short game. Softer roll. And, he plays in Patna. You can't spin it on Patna greens.
Yes.
You need to roll it for it to go in. And you can see that the ball is, and the lies in Patna are not the best.
You're not going to get that tight lie, so you won't get that friction between.
Yeah, so you need to make sure your contact is really good.
As we speak about that, Veer Ganpati doesn't quite let up. He's made another birdie. He's at 8 under for the day. He's definitely going to break his father's record, at least tie it today. He's firing on all cylinders. What a young man this.
He's got 3 more to go.
And Shaurya Binu also keeping in step. He's at 17 under par. So the charge of the youth is well underway. Amardeep Malik at 14 under par. Karan Pratap Singh, also another youngster at 14 under par. Aryan Rupa Anand.
You can see how small the greens are, Shaurya.
Yes, precision is really paramount here on this golf course.
It's almost as big as some of the tee boxes, man.
Yeah, actually, if you think about it, you can realize how difficult the chip shot must be if you short side yourself on this flag, if you're over back right on this green. So also bringing in control to the fore.
And with the grain going according to the slope, so it's almost like a spine created from the grain. The grain is growing with the slope. You can see it that the where the slope is, the grain is in the same direction.
But it's a good welcome change. You want to see golf courses like this. You don't want
precision.
yeah, you want precision, you want thought, you want artistry,
Yeah.
a little bit of chicanery as well. You know how to get it close to the hole. You need all of that.
It's not like just hit it as far as you can and find it and hit it again. So you need to think about.
You see golf courses, you see international golf courses. They're all going through this process of, so as to speak, tiger proofing. The golf ball is anyways going to be pulled back. What year? In 2028, they saying the golf ball is it's been decided it's going to be rolled back.
Yeah, but I think the human being also has developed much more also over the years, because the modern day golfer is much fitter than the former day golfers.
But I've played like just a very abstract top 10 scores here in front of you on the screen while we talk about all things golf and all other sports. And if you're just joining us right now, we'd like to tell you that we're live from Mysuru at the JWGC Wadiyar Golf Club. And we bring to you the Mysuru Open 2024, hosted by JWGC. This is the inaugural Mysuru Open, mind you, with a prize fund of 1 CR. It's a big event. You got a constellation of stars here, but they've all been usurped by the youngster Veer Ganpati, offspring of Rahul Ganpati, coming of strong golfing lineage. And tied alongside him is Shaurya Binu, another youngster. Both of them are 17 under par, and they're far from done. So the action is heating up. There are a lot of birdies, eagles. This is a short golf course, but it is tight and difficult. So it's going to reward accuracy and proficiency.
Odean on the screen, he's almost as big as the screen.
Odean, a strong burly player, can hit the ball a mile.
Yeah, he's 5 under today. He's on a birdie spree. This is his final shot, I think, to the final hole.
So this would be his second shot on the par 5. This is a par 5 that turns a little left-right dogleg, reachable for all the players, probably hitting a driver and maybe nothing more than 170 yards. So definite birdie hole, if not an eagle hole.
Yeah.
So it's coming back to how technology has augmented our ability to hit the ball further. I, for one, have been I remember when I harken back to my amateur days. I remember one round very fondly when I shot a 5 under par in JP back in the day to finish 4th at an amateur event, and I remember the clubs I was hitting. And this time I was actually hitting shorter clubs, whereas I probably have slower swing speed. So it is the club, the driver has made a lot of difference. The ball does travel further.
Yeah, absolutely. It's technology has played a huge part in this game. This golf course is becoming shorter.
Like in my entire life, I don't remember hitting irons on JP par 5, but now it happens, which just shows you that technology does make a big difference.
Absolutely.
So I think there is a certain merit to pulling back the golf club, maybe even the drivers, to be honest with you, because there's only so much real estate. And if players start hitting 350, 370, it makes it meaningless. I mean, then you just need high rough, and so there has to be some, you have to put a stop somewhere, I feel.
Yeah, the stop has come.
But the problem is then the equipment manufacturers, then they have their work cut out.
No, now that when the ball goes back, everything, there's a legal limit for everything, right? So the ones which are just barely legal are the ones that are going to sell more. So everybody's going to spend more time on research on staying within the parameters of what have been set up, but getting max out. So for example, let's talk about the driver. So
you'd have professionals spending a lot of money, I'll tell you that much.
But they're getting for free. The amateurs will spend the most amount of money.
The players all play, but the rules only apply to the professionals. The amateurs can keep, but I think that'll also cause a dichotomy, Amit, because if you're looking at television, you're seeing a professional hit a 290-yard drive with the new ball will go shorter, and you playing with the older ball, you'll actually not be able to appreciate the difference. You think you're as good as the professional. So that's akin to giving Roger Federer a wooden racket and you playing with an aluminum one or a titanium one. So either the rules are same for everyone. There can't be any split. You can't have different rules for amateurs and professionals, I feel. Either everything rolls back
Can you
or
imagine
nothing rolls back.
an amateur allowed to play with that ball, but not in a pro tournament? So let's say that rule was going on and we would come and suddenly play this ball that goes shorter. His yardage would go
Yeah.
completely off. His ball flight. So if I can tell you the ball that could go shorter will have to spin more.
Okay.
That's the only thing that holds the ball up in the air, right? So the ball will spin more on the greens also.
Jamal Hussain holding that putt.
For example, I just tried the Pro V1 left dash. I bought it in the US. Because it does go longer, but it spins lesser.
Okay.
But it went probably about 5-7 yards further than my on the trackman, not
Okay.
not randomly on the trackman. But when I went on the golf course to play it, I could see that with the driver, it was just dipping a bit.
Okay.
It was just going through the air a little with lesser spin. So as a result, it was going further because the backspin is holding it back, right? So one of the things that will happen is the ball will start spinning more, and then they'll have a new issue they'll say, okay, the grooves also have to be less now.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a never-ending.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is how it's going to, because with this, when the ball spin rate goes up, it goes shorter. Well, all good. But then the grooves are still the same. The ball will spin off the green. Shit is now with call. He has his very, very personal way of
Yeah,
putting.
he's been having his struggles. His entire game is sort of based around the Bryson methodology, if I'm not wrong. He uses similar length clubs and
Yeah, he misread that. I think he put a good stroke on it, but he's got the LA Golf shaft also on it. So yeah, he's a big Bryson propagator. But
been a little bit in the lurch the last few years. His game is such golf is a very fickle game, to say the least. Any one metric goes off and you find that you're struggling. But somebody who's not struggling is young man Veer Ganpati at 17 under par, Shaurya Binu 17 under par, Angad Chima 14 under par, Sanit Bishnoi. There's a log jam, there's a quartet, pentuplet actually. Amardeep, Aryan Rupa, Sanit Bishnoi, Karan Pratap Singh, all of them at 14 under par. Then you have the Olympian. After the Olympics, Udian Mane,
Rahil is so emotive.
Ryle has rolled back the years. He's looked in fine fettle.
Yeah, and you know what? He's probably swinging it the same. I don't think his swing has changed at all. He's maintained it very well. Maintaining your swing is far more difficult than correcting it.
Yes.
When let's say you're erring on one side and your coach says, okay, since it's too much of this, let's get it back to where it should be, and you practice the opposite, and then you go the other side. But finding the way of maintaining a golf swing is you need to be very disciplined, very strict with your pre-shot routines, very very I would say similar with your rhythm, because those are the things that are going to maintain it.
Okay.
And very, 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 I would say, right word would be highly disciplined with your basics.
Valid point.
The word is fastidious. The fastidious is when you're very, very, very rigid with a few things. And this is coming back to, I was looking at an interview of Scotty Scheffler. He carries a grip club in his bag.
A grip club.
Yeah, he hits a few shots with a grip club in his bag. And there's certain things that he makes sure he does every day. Every day.
Name a few.
He puts a tee back, so he has a tendency hands getting behind, so that long pencil at the back doesn't let the hands come in, so you can see that his hands are in front of him. That's why he gets up a bit. Then he checks his grip every day, and these are two things that he does every day. And ball position.
He's probably one of the best ball strikers that has ever been on tour with the way his proximity is and his consistency is. We often think of Tiger in the heyday and how he used to dominate. Tiger, of course, was a very strong ball striker with high swing speed, but he was wavered. His greatness was actually that he was the most clutch player of all time. Tiger could make those putts that nobody could. He could make those chip shots, but he was never that consistent and iron striker. Like if you look at somebody like Scotty Scheffler,
He's got his yardages dialed in, so you can see that everything is. If when he's not going to miss club. How many? Let's if we see the rest of our telecast, though this is a wedge, people are wedging it in, but you'll see. Let's see how many people can get their wedges the right distance every time, and that is the and should not be a issue when you're playing preferred lie, right? Because you get a good lie every time, and you'll see where the any he I was watching a video. He was nominating the yardage and hitting that yardage. So, okay, 163. Then he hit whatever
yeah,
club
and
he would
everything,
hit it.
yeah, and everything was perfect. I
Yeah.
remember that video. That even up to a 3 iron.
Yeah, he would
So just
he would
think-
tell you the right yardage.
Just think of it like a 3 iron is not a club that professionals will always get from the center of the club. It's very difficult to be able to hit that 3 iron consistent. And even for that, he was consistent on line, length, and even trajectory.
Another thing which I found very interesting when I was I was hearing an interview of his. When he's hitting his wedge, he's not just thinking about the flight. He's thinking about how the ball is going to react on the first bounce on the green. He's figured everything out. He says, okay, the first bounce is going to be like this. Then he decides what trajectory. This is my first bounce because that's how the ball is going to end up. How much is it going to spin and how much is it going to bounce? Those kind of things. And people are saying, okay, this yardage I'm going to hit, and this is the flight. He says, okay, this is the flight, and this is how much of first bounce I'm going to pitch it at that yardage.
That's really something else, huh?
Yeah, thinking about the first bounce, I think that's the first time I heard somebody say that.
But Tiger in his heyday with his wedges, if you remember, he used to have the dead arm wedge, like from about 130 yards. He used to say,
Yeah.
I sort of deadened my arms. That it,
It didn't
so
take
maybe
a
the
big,
greatest, yeah. maybe
didn't
the-
take a big hop, but chipping. Like for example, we say, okay, this is a chip. When we're deciding to chip, it's very important, actually imperative, you understand how the ball is going to react on the first bounce.
Seems to be some sort of tree trouble going on there. As you see, quite a few holes have out of bounds. And but I think this time he's been able to stave that off. Interesting proceedings here on the penultimate day in Mysuru. It's been a day of low scoring. I'm your host Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co-host Amit Dubey. We bring to you the 14th tournament on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. Currently leading the tournament is youngster Shaurya Benu, followed closely by Veer Ganpati, the amateur, the son of professional golfer Rahul Ganpati, and coach Karan Pratap Singh following at 14 under par. As we have a look at what appears to be Rahil Ganji. That's quite the miscue from him. That's going to be a very difficult shot for Rahil. Rahil playing the 18th hole. 18th hole plays as a reachable hole, especially for somebody like Rahil who still hits the ball quite long, gets the ball about 290 yards, 85, 90 yards in the air. Small targets here. So greens at most 20 yards in length and at an average 10 to 12 yards in width. Found himself in a spot of bother here at hole number 18, playing alongside Rahil and Jamal. Rahil walks down the 18th. Rahul Ganji currently 2 under and 10 under for the tournament. Kshitij Navit Kaur now in the fairway would have somewhere in the vicinity of about 165 to 170 yards coming in. Winner a few years ago, Kshitij Navit Kaur, promising talent, little unorthodox and methodical with his approach to the game of golf. Very unique setup, and also fashions similar length irons a la Bryson DeChambeau.
Before I remember in the early 90s, there was a brand called Tommy Armour, and they had come out with a set of clubs called Tommy Armour Equal, and they were all same length. And I'm talking about 90, 91, 92. I remember seeing it distinctly. I remember somebody I knew played with them also. All the woods were 3 wood length, all the irons were 7 iron length.
I have a question to ask you. If you have a 7 iron length and a 3 iron loft, won't it be easier to hit
Yeah, of course it'll be easier to hit, but
than a regular 3 iron?
and the thing is, I would love to know the lofts on all the clubs, because the 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 calibration of the irons, which is 10 yards or 15 yards between each club, depends on your swing speed, right? That has to be there, right? You just can't have Just 5 yards, right?
Dejected follows through. Not sure whether it's gone. Seems to be in Rahil territory. Yeah, but coming back to my point, like normally, to somebody like myself, I've always struggled with a 3 iron. When you're a medium, I say when you're a medium hitter, you always struggle with a 3 iron. You need to be a long hitter to be able to hit a 3 iron because the 3 iron requires a lot of crunch. And as we discussed that, Veer makes another birdie and moves to 9 under for the day. Fantastic. He's at 18 under par alongside Shaurya Binu, who's not letting up either. It seems to be the thriller in Manila.
Absolutely.
Let's see who's going to be the king of Sting. I
I
often like to
think
quote.
these two boys are extremely talented, and I would love to see this go all the way. It's like the battle in the sun. What was it called, between Watson and
Duel in the Sun.
Duel in the Sun? Watson and Nicholas, and then Mickelson and what's it, the guy's name?
I often think about the battle between Frazier and Ali, which was what is it? Thriller in Manila.
Yeah. But we're talking more golfing terms, so we'll do Duel in the Sun. There are no gloves, they're clubs.
Yeah, the gloves have definitely come off right now. The youngsters are unbridled and showcasing their immense talent. 9 under par doesn't happen every day, ladies and gentlemen, but it does happen on the professional golf tour of India, where good players are plenty and low numbers are even more.
They're
so.
putting a little bit of daylight between themselves and the chasing pack. It's 4 shots between the chasing pack. The log jams at 14 under.
Yeah, there's a
And,
lot of real
yeah.
estate. There's a lot of real estate.
And
reach.
Veer has got 18 coming up. Actually, Shaurya has got 18 coming up also. So they can make it, I think, like I said, 18 was the number at least.
You know, kids, I know that kids always want to outdo their parents, and Veer is saying, Dad, you have the record here, but watch out, I'm coming for you. So he's 9 under par.
He'll have to birdie both, or to equal, or birdie eagle to make it a new record.
That itself would be something fascinating. You know, Rahul would have done it probably 10 years
I would love to see Rahul play this event also.
Yeah.
And then play well, make the cut. And first time that a father and son are playing the same tournament and I make the cut on the PGTI. That would have been
that would have happened sometime, I'm sure. Do you think?
It could have happened with Simran Singh and Amritinder Singh at some point, but I don't think it happened. It could have happened, actually. We'll have to ask Amritinder Singh that question.
Mukesh's son did pick up the game. Mukesh Kumar, did he ever turn professional? I'm not sure.
Ali Sher's son also had picked it up.
Yes, Sher Ali,
but I don't think he made the cut at the pro.
I think that would have happened one or the other time. I'm sure, as we have a look at Divyanshu here from Kolkata.
He had it going for a long time. Then he's just taken the foot off the pedal a bit.
I think it's the amount of competition that happens. It's only a little bit of space on top of the pyramid, and it's difficult to.
He's put all his names together. Earlier, we used to only call him Divyanshu Bajaj, right?
Oh, I didn't know that. That's he definitely has a very famous last name. He's Divyanshu Bajaj Jethmalani.
Yep.
All right. So Mr. Jethmalani playing really well at 13 under par.
Famous lawyer also, right?
Yeah,
Ram Jethmalani. Yeah.
Absolutely. So the long arm of the law sides with Divyanshu Bajaj.
Kshitij Nam call on your screen.
After that slightly errant third shot. Or rather, gesticulation of an errant shot, but the end result was not too bad.
Yeah, just misreading it a bit.
Yeah. Little waiver there has his work cut out, maybe 4.5 feet or so.
Playing alongside Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh.
Yeah, Jamal is somebody who always punches above his weight, literally and metaphorically.
It always feels like he's missed it right, but he hasn't.
Yeah.
When he hits a shot, it's not like, okay, he's leaning and it's, yeah. And the veteran Rahil Ganji on your screen.
That's a brilliant chip shot from where Rahil was. He had pulled his second shot long and left, and that's a really good shot from there to get it to about 15 feet. Should break a little to his right. But can't hit it soft, otherwise it'll wear off.
Yeah, he's got to skip the speed up, give it a nice wrap. Nah, he's missed it on the lower side. You saw him
Yeah.
coming out of it.
I knew it straight off the bat.
Yeah, and he wears his emotions on his sleeve. You can see it. The moment he hit it, you know how he felt about it. Rail Ganji 2 under today, 10 under for the tournament. 2 under will feel like 2 over today compared to how others are playing. We've
Yes,
had
it's not a day for blue numbers, I'll tell
we
you
have
that much.
3 7 unders today, Shaurya.
Yeah, it's open season.
Sorry, we have 3 7 unders who've already finished, and we have a couple of them on the course still. So that can change to 8 or 9. And we have 1 9 under going on, which is Veer Ganapati. He's got 2 more to go, including the par 5 18th hole. The lead presently at 18 under, shared by Shaurya Binu and Veer Ganpati. Chitij now with call cleaning up on number 18. Knew he had missed it the moment he hit it. Shaurya, missing a putt for birdie or par on the last hole just makes lunch that much more unappetizing, don't you think?
Yeah, you leave a sour taste in the mouth. That's for sure. And the opposite holds true as well.
Today's going to be a very late lunch for most people because we started a bit late because of the incessant rain, which started
But I must
last
say
night.
that
And
given the fact the amount of rain that the golf course has withstood, it is still in really good condition.
Chitij now with call cleaning up on number 18. Knew he had missed it the moment he hit it.
We wait with bated breath for Veer Ganpati in his final 2 holes. And Shaurya as well. Shaurya has 4 holes to go. He's at 6 under as well. So theoretically, he can shoot a 10 under par as well if he birdies all the way through.
Yeah, but the course record's at 11 under.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'll have to eagle the last hole.
So Veer, I think it's quite possible for Veer. Let's have a look at the record for hole number 17. Not too many birdies, unfortunately.
Arjun has just eagled number 14. So he's jumped into third place by himself.
I told you
at
he
15
was
under.
he was 1 over at one point in time, but he has that pedigree, and I have been seeing him how he's been playing 4-5 rounds in JP, and the way he's hitting his long irons, 4 iron at 230, and just right on the money. He's really on, and he's a brilliant putter, straight driver, and he's hitting his irons well as well. So not really much left for him.
That's Veer cleaning up on number 17. So that's a par. Must be feeling like a bogey. Playing alongside Amardeep Malik, who's 4 under today. Well, that's the final tee shot for Veer.
To get an update, what he made on hole number 17.
That was a par for him. So if he wants to equal his father's course record, he'll have to eagle the last, Shaurya, which is a par 5. It's doable. Mostly birdies there today.
For the left-handed player, he'll have to hit a draw off the tee, so he can actually aim away from the trouble and draw it. So maybe a little easier.
Playing alongside Aryan Rupa Anand, who is 4 under, and Amardeep Malik, who is also 4 under today.
Strong swing by Aryan as well.
Looks like he's hit a bit left. Not sure where it's ended up. The familiar pause on top of Amardeep Malik. Looks like he might have leaked that a bit right. Jabir Singh. Trying to run the ball up the green. A little bit of tree trouble there. Jabir's had a good run in the last 5 holes. Three birdies in the last 5 holes. Playing alongside Shaurya Binu, our co-leader. who's also in a bit of tree trouble. Let's see if he has a swing. If there are trees in his way or not. Yeah, clear swing, so shouldn't be a problem to get this on the green.
And not a bad angle either. Can hit a low chaser up there.
Yeah, kind of done a good job of it also.
Oh, that's
Sure,
a
yeah.
brilliant shot.
That was Shaurya playing number 16,
It's a good shot by him from there.
the par 4. That's a very, very good look at Birdie. Birdie out there will take him to 19 under. And like, it's not difficult to hit it low. It's difficult to control
brilliant
shot.
you can get out of it because this is not a shot you actually practice. And especially on a green that size, to get it to run it up the green and get it to stop on the green.
It's quite difficult.
Yeah, coming from the rough.
Angachiwa now. Seems to have left it to the right. He's getting a lot of purchase of the greens though. Good backspin there for him.
Yeah, this greens look the overnight rain has helped in that purchase. So, but look very smooth surfaces, but soft. Aman Raj has found the sand on number 16 with his approach. That's one shot I'm pretty sure he's really good at. Aman Raj, bunker shots. The way his technique is built, the bunker shot should be pretty.
Yeah, he's I think he's one of the proponents of the short game who's able to use bounce really well, and that's an art in itself. I think.
Yeah, and if you know how to use the bounce well, bunker shots are so easy. JB is working on a little bit of lag coming into his swing, so not the best thing when you're hitting bunker shots. The whole sequencing of the swing is the release is different in the bunker shot. Much earlier in the release, it looks then he wasn't in the bunker. It looks like he was on the face of the bunker. Aman's ball seems to have released a fair bit past the hole. Shaurya with a very, very realistic putt for birdie. 5 feet up the hill, not much in it.
Yeah. Sometimes the straight putts that are the more confusing ones. If you always want one or the other side to aim it on. What's your thought on that, Amit? If you have a 6-footer which is dead straight, as opposed to one which gives you a little bit of leeway on either side, it's very difficult because you don't know
I
which.
prefer a dead straight 6-footer with downhill. If it's downhill, then the straight putt is easy. Probably the easiest.
Because you just have to sort of leave it.
The gravity makes the ball go straight.
Exactly,
A slight pull or a push will get negated, and it's vice versa when it's uphill.
But how do you deal with a putt which is straight with not much, like if there's no gradient of the slope? Where do you align? Do you always align at the center and hit it firm, or do you take one or the other side, like maybe a left center, right center, so that you have some, where do you want the ball to drop from?
If I would only take left center or right center if I thought that the ball is going to break from that side. Otherwise, I would hit it straight. and make sure that I hit it at not a very much slower pace. So I'll use the whole hole, and not a firm part. I'll use the whole hole, more of a dying part. So in case it does turn, or I do push it or pull it a little bit, it catches the hole and falls in.
Okay.
Yeah. The difference between lip outs and lip ins is actually two things: speed or line reading.
Okay.
The better your line reading, you'll have lip ins. And if you can marry the speed to the line you've chosen, or if so, people who are lipping out are generally not reading it correctly, or not hitting it at the correct speed. Just coming up a bit short. You can see he's hitting it into the grain, though it's downhill. It's into the grain. Looks like he's just lost a little bit of steam coming. He started off really well, Aman. He was 2 under through the first 5 holes. Just one birdie thereafter on number 14. A lot of pars. And pars are feeling like bogeys today. Karthik Sharma birdied number 15, and he's joined Arjun at 15 under. A tie for third. Javier with his par putt on number 16. Just running out of steam. And it's tough to commit to hitting it firm when it's downhill, though it's into the grain. This one will have very little line on it. So,
He's using the, what's this, not the aim point, where you get the gradient.
so there's this board that comes. So when you're on the board, it tells you what percentage to feel of the slope.
Okay.
So first you have to practice on the board.
Oh.
So when you feel this is, and when you put those, then there's a cheat card.
Okay.
It's a card. Okay, when you feel X, this much of break. When you feel whatever. So there's a cheat card that comes. There's a whole process to this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, but is this aim point or
This is
aim point express or something like that?
I don't know what it's called, but I was doing a little bit of research on it. So the board comes with these cards, and then you have to practice on the reading, feeling the slope on the board first, because unless you feel correctly, it's not
Okay.
going to work. And then, but not sure how much the grain has to be
Factored in
factored
as well.
after you.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Angad 14 under par, Pukhraj 14, Thanga Raja not able to really move too much up the leaderboard.
Karthik coming from the left side of the fairway on number 16. So Shaurya Buino, after birding number 16, has moved to 7 under and 19 under for the tournament. He holds sole possession of the lead now. Veer, I don't know what that is for, but whatever it is for, it's important because he's just one shot behind our leader, Shaurya Binu. Veer 9 under today. Started at 9 under, he's 18 under now. This is, if anybody can put a good read on this one, I'm sure Veer can. It's his home course, or almost his home course. Plays mostly in KGA though now. His father, Rahul, probably he would know the greens like the back of his hand.
I think that would also come into play and would have helped him for sure.
Could be for three. I don't know if this is for a 3 or a 4, Shaurya, but he's got the pin out. He's not keeping anything to giving anything to chance. This is to equal his father's course record if it's for an eagle.
Yeah, sure. Seems to be for Eagle. I don't think he would be here in 3. Let's see. Definitely got the speed.
Didn't hit it.
That's all right.
He just bobbled on him a bit in the beginning.
He's a splitting image of his father, that's for sure.
You know what? I can tell you, Rahul wouldn't have left it short. I played with a lot with Rahul. He had the broomstick putter.
Yeah.
He had and he used to generally hit everything really firm.
Karthik now.
Yeah.
And that is threatening the hole.
Wow, that was good chipping action there. And the right amount of check on it. So I think he'll come up one short of his father's course record today. Nevertheless, 10 under in case if that was for eagle, this short one is for birdie. Amardeep cleaning up. Arjun Rupa Anand for his birdie on number 18. Amardeep and Aryan both have shot 5 under, but playing alongside Veer, who shot 10 under, must be feeling like over par, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this to cap off an absolutely stellar round for the young man. Rather, the young boy, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. He couldn't be more than 17.
Oh, there you have it. The exuberance of youth. Shooting such deep numbers.
Yeah, it's good to see the youngsters play so well.
Yeah, he's playing really well.
And he's such a such a polite boy. If you meet him, no airs about himself. The green staff filling up the divots in the background, that's part of their maintenance schedule.
Big word of appreciation for them. They've made this possible.
Arjun, shortish putt. Should break from his right to left, but not too much. The grain's going to fight the slope. See, you can get the line correct.
That's unfortunate, and I must say also out of character for Arjun.
These are tough putts to read when the grain is going against the slope. See, it didn't turn. So he knows he's misread that one. Arjun presently at 15 under. 4 shots behind our leader Shaurya Binu, who's at 19 under. So let me see if anybody shot over par today. Oh, there's one over par and he's just one. Oh, sorry, there
There are quite a few right at the end.
2, 3, 4. There are about 6 people over par, but they're like one over or a couple of 2 overs. Otherwise, everybody is either par or under par.
I think your prediction about the score is coming true. I thought it would be 17, but seems like Shaurya can actually take it up to 20.
So we did not birdie the last hole.
Yeah, so he shoots a 9 under par.
Yeah.
A fantastic effort by Veer, nevertheless.
Angachima on our screen. Playing the 18th par 5. Very medium to shortish length par 5. Just a mid-iron in after a drive. For the longer hitters, it could be like a short iron, right? Shaurya?
Yeah. It's pretty short hole is this one. Angachima. A lot of deliberation there with the caddy. That often happens when there's some confusion about the yardage. You can see how far he stands from the ball. Tall lad. Hole plays to 556 but you can cut the corner, so that really shortens his hole.
Yeah, our friend Bikramjit Sandhu was trying to cut the corner yesterday.
No, it didn't work out too well for Bikram. He was playing really well. He was 4 under at one point in time, but then in the end just capitulated, made a few bogeys. But then 18th, he had to go for it. Took the aggressive line and had a Roy McAvoy moment there then.
For those who don't know what Roy McAvoy is, Roy McAvoy is a character in the movie called Tin Cup, who took quite a few on the last hole.
Fantastic movie, nevertheless. Coming in from right to left.
You can see how far inside he took his backswing, and he came down the same way. Could have caught the tree though. Not sure where that ended up.
Yeah, has both the caddy and the player flummoxed there.
Did Thanga Raja hit his drive close to Pukraj?
Yeah, seems so. Thangaraja can also hit it out there. He's a long hitter as well. Pukraj, though, plays a left to right fade. Last I remember, though I heard he was trying to get a draw going as well. And even with the fade, he hits it a prodigious distance. So if he starts working it right to left, God knows how long he'll be hitting it.
I think it's easier to put it in play, hitting it left to right.
Oh, that's going to be a difficult one. That's nestled down. And
Actually, come to think of it, Shaurya, if you're hitting at 360 yards, let's say 350 on the fly, you actually can't even see the point at which that ball is going to land on the fairway.
But that's a trouble that I would have to have. I would love to have that kind of an issue.
You know,
rather than flying at 270.
You're thinking, okay, I have to hit, it's 360. I can tell you, you won't even see where the point where you're supposed to hit, you will not see it off the tee.
But I have a question. You see all these long drivers on Instagram, many of them, JB Sidlowski and so many others who hit it so far. But none of them are able to play on tour even to any level. Like you've seen that guy with the long hair, I forget his name, I'm sorry. Who is it?
Kyle Berkshire.
Yeah. Why are they not? I mean, they can actually play with the 2
Every
or 3.
time he shows a video of his on Instagram, he's eagling the hole. I said, okay, go and play, man.
So why can't? That's a very legitimate question.
I don't think he shows his triples and quadruples on Instagram.
But that's a question that I have. Like, if they can probably hit their 3.
What a great shot! ತುಂಬಾ ದಣಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾರೆ ಋತುರಾಜ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್.
ಆದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಸೈನ್ ಏನದು? ಅಮೃತಾಂಜನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹವಾದ್ರೆ ಆಗ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದೆ ಸೆಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಹೈಡ್ರೇಷನ್. ಇದರ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ರಿಹೈಡ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಮರಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹವನ್ನು ತೊಲಗಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
ನಿಮಗೂ ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಮೃತಾಂಜನ್ ಇಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋ ಪ್ಲಸ್. ದಣಿವಿನ ದಾಹಕ್ಕಾಗಿ.
They don't spend that much time, on the shorter shots. And if I was hitting it, let's say 350 on the fly, what do you think my difference between two clubs would be, yardage wise?
A lot.
How would you bridge that gap? Because you are not going to get full shots.
And the moment they start trying to play for control, they lose the distance.
Yeah, no, they don't. They can't control the accuracy.
They can't control. Yeah.
Because if I'm hitting my gap wedge 170 yards, and my next club is my sand wedge, which is 140 yards also, there's 30 yards between them.
Valid point.
Now, the green is also not 30 yards in depth. Not on this golf course. So,
but that's surprising to me because there's so many of them, and none of them. Because I think being able to marry that much speed with accuracy is almost impossible, and I think it affects them from 100 yards and inside.
Yeah, I think it's not just 100 yards and inside, between yardages, and then learning how to hit soft shots, bunker shots. Like putting. You can hit it 400 yards, but if you're going to take 4 putts, it's still going to be a bogey, right? So it's a lot of things. There's a lot of other aspects to golf. I think it's more important to know the distance you're hitting.
You might be seeing the plaque of the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour. That's because the Professional Golf Tour of India is associated with these two tours, and that's why we also have world ranking points. And your number one player at the end of the year gets to play on the DP World Tour. So that's a fantastic exemption that is awarded to the player of the year, and that's been used by Manu Gandas and then Om Prakash Chauhan.
Yeah, and this year Veer is leading that race.
Yeah, he's poised.
The Indian Open has such a big prize money, and he did really well there. He almost put so much of daylight between himself and the second place right now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's going to be easy to catch him.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult.
Because he's going to come and play a couple of big ones more, and he's a good player. And he gets it to the ones. He's what, 85 now? What is he?
86.
86. He gets it to the 1 mark, and it's almost game over.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult because the players only have one CR events, and maybe the final event is somewhere that they can try and catch up. It's going to be very difficult, to be honest, because you play well in that big event, it's almost impossible after that.
And he's going to defend Pune.
Yes.
And it's always you feel you have the best chance.
Oh, fantastic! You're right about Angad Cheema. I think he's worked on his short game. That the chipping is definitely coming
much
through.
better. It's so much more fluid. It's at least he's not looking at yippee.
Yeah.
There's a big tree in front of the green. Could easily get stuck on top of in that trunk. It's quite a wide trunk. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like that tree has seen quite a few moments of history.
It's like that tree in the front right of the 18th at BBGC.
On the 18th, which hole?
18th hole, par 5.
Yeah,
Bombay Presidency.
Yes.
There's a tree on the right.
Near the green. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
it's
That
seen a
mammoth
lot.
tree that comes in if you have a front right flag in.
Yeah. Even the right flag,
It's
actually.
a difficult shot. The ball is nestled down. He's done really well for a man with that sort of power. I'm actually surprised that his short game is also up to the mark. Very good shot by Pukhraz. That ball was sitting down, mind you.
Yeah, he's at 14 under. So, Shaurya Binu has just bogeyed 17. So, he's back to 18 under. Okay, so my prediction is coming out correct so far. 18 under will lead. In the top 5, that was the first bogey amongst the people in the top 5 for the leaderboard. JB with his tee shot on number 18. Yeah. He's trying to use the ground forces. Just seems to be very narrow with his stance. He's giving it an almighty heave. He's got a Jesus Christ look going on these days. He's got a long beard, long hair. And golf is a really good way of getting crucified.
Yeah, golf is probably the only game where you lose a lot more than you win.
Yeah.
I mean, you're rarely winning. Actually, players could have an entire career without ever winning. Just think about that. There's no other sport where you could have a successful career without ever winning. There'll be so many professional golfers without a single victory for the duration of their careers and have made money. So just imagine
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
euphoria is. I mean, it's
Tommy Fleetwood seems to be coming second a lot of time these days, right?
yeah, for sure. But like if there's trivia and you look back, there'll be many players who would have never won but have made a lot of money on tour.
John Bland, for the longest time, he won after
He was
almost
when he was 48 or
yeah whatever, and he won. He's the top. I think he won the U.S. Senior Open and the Senior PGA Championship this year. Yeah. Straight up in the air.
really up, very steep sort of the ball takes off. I think if you could somehow get a lower launch angle or something, you'd probably get the ball a lot further. I feel. What do you think?
I think he can't see it like that. He's visually he can't see the ball traveling any other way.
It actually takes off in a sort of a
Parabola.
yes. It's not. It's ideal for distance because it then has a lot of topspin maybe coming out.
Not really, but he's from Patna. He needs to hit over trees.
No, not anymore. He's the man from Patna has definitely come to the world stage.
Last year he wouldn't have got it up and down from there.
Yeah, he was really
This is a
struggling.
big change in his game. I hope he keep doing what you're doing, Angad. It's looking so much better. 4 under might just take him to 5 under. Pukraj with his birdie putt on number 18. Well done. Last year in the beginning of the year, I saw him play. Yeah, his putting
forte,
is
but
improved.
I
Yeah.
think
Keep it up, Pukraj. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
he's worked a lot on those facets of the game that were suboptimal in comparison to his long game.
Practicing is important, but knowing what to practice, giving the right amount of time and effort to each part of the game is important as well. To have a very well-rounded game, and those are the kind of games. That's the kind of game that if you have, you're going to be in contention week in and week out. Kartik Sharma has put a couple of birdies together. He's in that log jam at 15 under alongside Aryan Rupanand, Amardeep Malik, and Arjun Sharma. Arjun on your screen with his birdie putt on number 17. Saptak has shared the low round of the day with Veer. He's also shot 9 under. He's 13 under. Saptak Talwar.
Saptak, yeah, based out of Greater Noida and Noida. Also another very good ball striker. Quite long off the tee as well.
So, couple of 7 unders. Karan Pratap and Sanit, along with Michelle Ortolani. And then we have a couple of 9 unders. Veer Ganapati and Saptak Talwar, a whole bunch of 5, 6. It's like we said earlier, there's very few people over par today. Karthik just missing out narrowly on number 17. If you shot one under, you'll be feeling like you left at least 3 out there.
Yeah, especially with the way the golf course is played today, it's been rather benign.
And Yashas Chandra MS, it's his home course. He shot 1 under today. He must be so mad angry at himself. Wasim Khan. Oh, he's one of the few people who shot over par. He must be. He wears his temper on his sleeves anyway. The Korean didn't have a good day. Coming from Korea and then to the PGTI, it's a long trip from Korea and from the United States. And the conditions are so different compared to those countries. Like Korea is still probably a little more Asian, and America is. You have these much longer golf courses, much more demanding of the tee, and much faster greens as well. So it must be a big change for these foreigners coming and playing on a tour.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time to adapt.
Our golf courses, generally the ones that we play on tour, are a little shorter in length, a little tighter off the tee, right? But and the greens, because of the way the weather is in our country, we don't get to that speed.
I think they wouldn't be seeing that type of variance on a week in, week out basis that you would see in India. You would see your parkland courses, your resort golf courses, your almost your link style golf courses like golden greens, fast greens, slow greens. I mean, you could have like this week you getting that crab grass. So a lot of different conditions that they have to adapt themselves to.
With his bunker shot, just getting a little too much of sand there, coming up short. So doesn't look like Shaurya is going to birdie the last hole either. So the top two haven't birdied the last hole.
Yeah, and that would
If
leave
that-
them at 18 under
Yeah,
par.
so that kind of changed things because we were under the assumption that 18 being a par five and they playing the way they've been playing that they would birdie 18. Golf is such a funny game, There's no assumptions in this game. JB Singh on number 18, chipping. JB is from Bangalore, practices at the KGA. Yeah, he had it tracking though. He's playing downwind also. I'm surprised we haven't seen birdies from our leaders.
Yeah, surprising miscue from them, especially on this final hole.
Aman Raj sizing up his putt on number 18.
It has been a low scoring day, and true to its name, the moving day has produced a lot of birdies, eagles, and there have been players who've moved up the leaderboard, none more so than Veer Ganpati.
Shaurya with his chip on number 18 coming up a bit short, very much like Veer's putt did a few moments ago.
Our leader Arjun Sharma shot a good, I mean, he still has the 18th hole to play. It's 2 under par, and he saw himself move from first to tie for third position. So shows you that this has been a day that you had to make birdies just to stay afloat.
Yeah, he's probably dropped a couple of shots to the field, average, at least one. I would love to know the average score for today.
Yeah, I think from the looks of it, it seems that
It'll be like 3 under, right?
yeah, it seems like 215. Yeah, it would be maybe even lower than 3 under because there are quite a few 6 under, 5 under, somewhere between 3, maybe 3.2.
Everybody's misreading this blood shot, yeah. Like, you saw Kshitij Navit call a moment ago. It's misreading it not by a little bit, by quite a bit.
And even from our vantage point, it doesn't look like it breaks that much. So maybe the grain is strong and it's something which is not perceptible to the naked eye. Hole number 7 has yielded quite a few eagles today. 4 eagles on 7 and an eagle on 14 and 16. 6 eagles today, quite a few low rounds. The leader at 18 under par. So it's been a day that has been a feast of birdies.
Absolutely. This is, we've just got one group left to come in now. Our leader group of starting the day, Arjun Sharma, Karthik Sharma, and Akshay Sharma. Akshay is having a dismal, he's 1 under today, but
feels like a dismal day when you compare it.
I almost said dismal to the viewers, but he's 1 under. Karthik is 3 under and Arjun is 2 under today. So they've got the last par 5 coming up. So that could change.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है कि मुझको मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 झूम
Akshay with his approach likes to fade it, so probably a very gettable pin for him. And you can see he's almost made it to the putting surface. Third member of this group, Arjun Sharma, looks like he's found a little bit of trouble of the tee. He's laid up. You don't need to have hit all good shots to make a birdie. So a good wedge in. You could still see him making 4 on this par 5. Got quite lucky with the weather today. It was raining all evening, yesterday into the night, and this morning as well. That led to a delayed telecast of this final round. The weather has held up very well today. Arjun with his third shot into this par 5, 18th. Doesn't look too happy with that. Most of the greens are elevated here, so and turtle back, so and quite small as far as surface area is concerned, which and they play even smaller than that because of the shape they are in. So very small targets. Karthik Sharma, we're playing lift in place, lift clean in place. So trying to get a good lie. Arjun not happy about something, not sure what he's unhappy about.
Yeah, coming back to your point about Arjun, I think one thing he would definitely not be happy about is that he's been lap licked by the entire field today in running parlance.
I think he's not. He's missed quite a few shots today. You know, he started off missing 2 of them, especially the first 2 holes. From what we saw, we could see a tendency to hit it left. You know, once you have you have or feel like you have the tendency to do that, you kind of fighting it all around. You know, so not the That's yeah, there was a lot of deceleration there. He took a preferred lie. Karthik Sharma coming up woefully short with his chip on number 18. He left himself much more work than he would have desired for birdie. Akshay almost on the putting surface with his approach. Second shot, number 18. So hopefully he could get one more bag. No, sorry, he's one under. So I would take him to 2 under for today and 14 under for the event. And Arjun has, see, he had a sandwich shot, yeah, for his third, and see where he's hit it. Long and left.
But I like the fact that he's taken a rather big backswing, so he's definitely aggressive with this one. That's a good shot by him, leaving it about 3.5 feet.
Maybe a little more than that.
That's going to be a very tricky putt.
That's going to break a lot. You know, we've seen the ball turn much more than the golfers have.
But I'll tell you
read
one thing that
into it.
I can be certain of one thing, that Arjun is going to shoot a low round tomorrow, because he's had quite a few miscues today and he's not made any putts either. So
He just had one, you know, he had one, the eagle number 14 and just birdied number 9. That's about it. So he's basically, he's 3 under for the par 5s, provided he holds that putt.
Arjun, I think last year went for the Open qualifying, the British Open qualifying, and was able to get through the first stage. And I think second stage he missed it by a shot.
Yeah, that's pretty good because that qualifying is a tough qualifying. I've played that first stage a couple of times. Yeah, and it's one day. It's like a T20. You get off to a slow start, you've missed it already. Akshay with his eagle putt on number 18.
The unmissable stance of Akshay reminds me a lot of Jack Nicklaus. He's totally craned over.
The only thing, Nicholas used to be a little more open
With the stance.
with his feet. Yeah. Karthik Sharma with his birdie putt on number 18. Currently at 15 under. I think if he wants to have any chance of winning, he needs to make this. Because I don't think anybody from 4 back is going to have a chance of winning. 3 back is still doable. 4 back is looking unlikely. I haven't seen anybody hit it up to the hole from that spot.
I think the grain is definitely playing its part.
I don't think I've seen in the last 4 greens anybody hit it till the hole on number 18.
Yeah, you're right.
From any side. Whether it's a chip, putt, anything. And we could just tell Arjun that just make sure you hit it till the hole.
It's just been an exhilarating third day, right, Amit? It's seen low scores, we've seen eagles, and this golf course has lived up to expectation. And being an inaugural event, it's been stellar. It's really been a feast of birdies, and this venue has been stellar, despite the fact that they've suffered through inclement weather. A big shout out to both the sponsors and the golf club.
Yeah, I think the The golf course has held up really well. The greens have played really well today. You can see that from the scores. Arjun with his par putt on number 18. Okay, he's the first one who made it to the hole. He holed it also. So must have felt a lot of relief. You can't end up bogeying a par 5, which most people are birdieing.
And that's the final putt for the day. So the moving day has been indeed quite fruitful for a lot of these players. And that would be it. A good day's play for all the players. A lot of under-par scores here at the Chamraja Wadiyar Golf Club at Mysuru. And a big thanks to our sponsors as well this week.
Our co-host, Cycle Pure Agarbattis, our tour sponsors, Rolex, Nissan, Electro Plus, Pistillery, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, Golf Design India, and the foremost Tata Steel.
It's been fantastic here on the third day. I hope you enjoyed the coverage of golf. Myself, Shaurya, and Amit, we really enjoyed bringing the live action to you. And tomorrow we're going to be here at the same place. We'll bring to you the final day's play from Mysuru. And it's indeed going to be a cliffhanger. If today is anything to go by, tomorrow is going to be a feast of birdies. There's going to be a new champion at this inaugural event. And here's the top 10 scores for you. And we enjoyed your company. And let us know what you liked on social media. You can reach out to us, www.pgtofindia.com. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and the likes. And let us know what you like and what kind of content do you need more. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. And we'll be here again in the same place, bringing you the best action that this country and the world has to offer in terms of golf.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.